nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what work is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sickness, but I just keep my head down and focus on the facts. I'm setting down gravel while you just follow the path. I'll lead them into battle while you're just too scared to act. I'll leave the knife right in my back. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling.
Yo, what's happening? Is my sound okay or is it messing up? Can you hear me all right? Does it sound a little better? Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, I'm just making sure. Just making sure. Here, I'll go ahead and drop this first. And then we'll get started on this Idaho updates on the Idaho case. I seen that one of the moms, she had to find out about this, like a new clue or whatever through the news. Now, see, I do think that's some bullshit. I'd be fucking hot if I was hearing stuff through the news about what happened to my kid that was murdered at the school. I would be pissed, to say the least. Well, here's something from the chief of police. I'm going to go and put this on real quick. I just wanted to make sure I had it up and ready to roll before I drop this. Let's see. So let's see what he's got to say.
Students are returning home for winter break. Does that present challenges for the investigation?
I think it's always a little bit of a challenge. We went through this, right after Thanksgiving and all that, but we have investigators all across the nation. We have investigators all across the state with the state police and the FBI. So we'll adapt to that and we'll continue to do our investigation.
What about investigators? Can they keep up this investigative pace over the holidays?
We will continue to keep up this pace. We're giving individuals time off when they need it. We're augmenting other people into those spots so that the investigation continues, but we're not going to stop investigating this.
What kind of progress has been made regarding the search for information about the white Hyundai Elantra?
We have looked at massive amounts of video footage, especially in the critical camera areas. And we've looked at the 24 hours prior to and 24 hours after of those. And now we're extending that out even further to other cameras and other time frames.
What kind of manpower does it take to really deal with all of the video coming in and the tips?
We have massive amounts of people looking at this. Multiple different groups looking at the different videos in different locations, just because we have investigators all across the nation that are reviewing these videos for us and sending us back information on that.
Yeah, so with the break coming up, I think people are just, a little nervous. But I think that finding out, the mom having to find out over the news, I would be really pissed. Let me see if I can find this other clip here. I know Kaylee's dad's still pissed.
This morning, pressure.
Yeah, let me share this real quick. Okay.
And frustration growing in Idaho as the hunt
for a murderer hits 30 days with no results.
You can feel it here in Moscow. It's just a very heavy cloud. It's a hard place to be.
Police spokesperson Robbie Johnson telling ABC News they brought in an army of experts and FBI support to comb through new tips about the white Hyundai Elantra seen in the immediate area in the early morning hours of November 13th.
We'd like to know who was in that car that night, where it might be now. It could be in a different state. We have resources across the country that are ready to jump on in any information we can provide on that and follow those leads and talk to whoever is in that car.
Local businesses heeding the call, turning over surveillance video, anything that might help.
They said that ours was actually one of the best, clearest. They could see clear across to the other side of the road. So they were kind of hopeful when they did get that footage.
With new details, authorities re-interviewing residents, bringing back memories.
Do they have those reports of a scream that was heard?
They're aware of people talking about that happening, and of course they're looking into that type of thing. Every bit of information that comes in, they're looking into.
The university preparing to close for winter break after holding commencement ceremonies over the weekend, honoring Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, who was set to graduate. Instead, her father, Steve, desperate for answers and pleading with authorities to find the person and the weapon responsible.
This was a brutal weapon. It sounds like it was a professional type weapon that couldn't break. And they weren't stab wounds. They were like large punctures.
And so right now, people in this normally close-knit college town are asked to remain vigilant, to travel in pairs and stick to well-lit areas. Authorities saying this should be a new way of life in Moscow, at least for now. Kana Whitworth, ABC News.
So yeah, when he said that they weren't like normal puncture wounds, that tells me. And then he said it's a knife that didn't break. You know what I mean? Like it's a weapon that didn't break. So that tells me that Yeah, for sure. That tells me it's a very, they knew, yeah, yeah. They knew exactly what they were doing. That's for damn sure. They knew exactly what they was doing. And whoever went in, they knew what they went in exactly. They knew exactly what they were doing when they went in that house. No doubt about it. What's up, chick?
Very proficient in their knife skills from my
And when he said the knife didn't break or like it didn't, you know what I mean? Like that tells me that it's obviously a very strong.
Well, and then to hear the, law enforcement is now said for those actual residents that aren't with the college to travel in pairs, stay to well lit areas. That's minorly alarming in my opinion for a town that size. Who else has gone down there? I saw your title. Who else has
JLR is down there right now.
Oh my
and
God,
somebody sent me an email and said that they called already, that they already called the
Moscow and let them know.
Yeah, and they said thank you so much for letting us know.
That's generally the response when you let them know something. They're very willing to take the information. So good job on whoever beat me to that. Thanks for taking that one off my plate. Fucking assholes.
Yeah, they I don't know, the dad, I mean, they hired an attorney, so
yes. That attorney, what was I watching? He spoke on something the other night, Law and Crime Network, because the attorney, the family was upset that they had to learn information through social media that law enforcement wasn't even communicating with them. They were having to learn it. So the attorney said that he would make it clear that law enforcement should be speaking to the family and then the news, that the family shouldn't be finding anything out from anyone other than law enforcement.
And I heard Joseph is back. Like he just deleted a whole bunch of shit off of his channel. Like there's no Idaho, nothing on there. And did you see even the news had him on?
I saw that on the news. Banfield was on Banfield with that.
Yes, and I heard he did a little. I heard he gave a little jab at Ryan and called him Crack Squad.
I didn't see that part.
I mean, I guess I was in his live. They were talking about it in our live, on that live earlier. That I'm actually in the process of editing something out of it real quick, and then I'm putting that bitch right back up. Yeah, it does sound something like some kind of hunting knife. I mean, what kind of knives? Hold on, let me see here. Because I'll tell you what, to attack 4 people and then nothing break off.
Right.
That knife had to have been a very
a one solid piece.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have and that's what they're saying. K-Bar is the brand that they're saying. And that is a Marine, like the Marines are trained to use that type of a weapon. And it has serrated and
that's the thing. That's why I think it was a man that did it. I don't think a woman's
going to be able to be strong enough.
Right.
I still think there were 2 personally. I personally think there were 2.
Another thing, I seen Gray. There was somebody sent me a link of something that he was doing, and he actually took like the lid, like the top off the house, so that people could understand what he was saying. And he actually showed how the blood, was leaking. Remember when we were Nick?
Yes.
Okay, so he said that the room is so small that and I had always heard that Ethan was in the doorway when he was stabbed. Right. He was left in the doorway, right, which is why they thought he was unconscious or whatever. Apparently, I guess he said it only would make sense for one of them, either Ethan or Xana, to be sitting up along like the side of the bed where the wall was at, because it went through the wall and outside.
Oh. Okay, so
When
the
he
other
takes
thing
them
that I
out,
did hear.
yeah, go ahead. I was gonna say I'm gonna go find this real quick.
Okay.
So,
And I did hear that they all had, all 6 of them, all the doors had independent code locks. I gained that from listening to the Nancy Grace podcast.
yes, and I heard Gray Hughes talking about it. He said each
Yes.
one of them, but he's like, I don't know how that, you know, like the 2 roommates downstairs below. He's like, I don't, with the walls being as thin as they are, and the floor, you know, with the blood leaking down the wall like it was, I don't know how, you know, and outside even, it had to have been on the inside as well. I don't know how they didn't hear something, or maybe they did hear something and they locked their doors and thought it was somebody partying.
Right.
You know,
But they could have thought that somebody was getting it on, or
yeah,
they could have been, they could have been intoxicated, because like I can be a light sleeper, but once back when I was drinking, once I went to sleep, like the world could explode and I wouldn't know. And Gray was he just premiered a new 3D model.
Yeah, that's what I was pulling up, because he's so fucking, I always, you know, I simp for him. He's smart as hell. Like, he does a really good job on this.
There's definitely worse people you could simp for.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying he fucking does. I think he's very smart. I know a lot of people get, you know, a lot of people, you know, get shitty about him or whatever, but I think he's very smart, and I'm grateful you put this out, because I think it's a lot easier for people to understand when they look at it, you know.
I agree.
This is his older model. No, this is, I was gonna say, this isn't the new one. This is the older one that he did that we've played a million times over. You know what I mean? Like but he has one where he takes
3 ways.
Huh?
The 3 ways.
Yes.
The 3 routes.
Yep. That's the one that I had pulled up or whatever from before. It's been sitting back here.
Yes.
So this is the one, the 3 ways. We've played this one I don't know how many times. But the new one he's got where the roofs come off or whatever. Maybe this is the new one. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I think this is the newer one.
3D. Yeah. So
any Army, Navy, war surplus store sells those type of knives, and Amazon, Walmart.
Let me see here where he.
I've also
because he even switches it around. Right here it is. See, there's a little bed, and he's got him coming up the steps. Here, let me rewind this again a little bit. Okay, let's see here. Let me turn this
at this point.
Listen to him. He's smart as hell. Listen.
The second floor kitchen area, so that you can see how the person may have came through the house and moved around. Okay.
Can you guys drop Gray Hughes' link so
bounding
people can go
boxes
subscribe
on
to
the
him?
character, but you should still be able to watch it. All right, so here we go. Let me play it. So here comes the killer. I just have a generic character. He comes through the kitchen and then up the stairs. And then after going up the stairs, we can put the floor on up there. And now you notice now, once he made it up the stairs, I put the floor on the 3rd floor. Goes into Madison and Kaylee's room.
I see that. Yep, I'm watching.
Comes out.
Then goes down the stairs. And now you'll be able to see him come down the stairs and then through to floor 2A.
He's got a headlamp on. Smart.
Which goes over to Xana and Ethan's room.
Now, see, I thought he was found right here in the hallway, Ethan, but he explains right here with the bed. See how the bed's up against the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
The roommate is directly underneath him. When he takes the floor out, you can see it.
There. And then,
oh, I get it. Yeah.
You can see it. So the blood leaks out, and it leaks down which comes out right here where the picture was taken outside. See right there?
Yes, ma'am. I see it.
But he's saying that one of them, which is more than likely Xana, was up against the wall right here in the bed. So Ethan more than likely was right here, and she was right there. Because it talks about the blood coming out the window, and he shows it right here. Look,
which is right here.
There's the roommate.
This is the front door. Those are the
There's
steps
where the blood. Here's where the blood comes out
to the 2nd floor, and then another roommate lives in this room right here. Okay. Now to get to that, once you enter this door, you take a left around that hallway there, and that leads you to another bedroom over there. This roommate here surely heard some noises directly above. I mean, the footprint of this room and the one below are almost identical.
She's directly above the
And I
room.
would have a hard time believing that if there was a fight for someone's life, it sounds like Zaina tried to defend herself. There would have had to been yelling and screaming, and perhaps that's what the roommate heard and thought it was just party. Okay, so let me play this one more time here for you. All right, so the killer comes through the sliding glass door, and then up the U-shaped staircase right there.
And the cop
once
said
at
the
the
killer
top of
was
the
sloppy. He
staircase,
was messy.
Left is
Oh, yes,
Keely's
yes,
room. Now he might
yes.
have tried that door, looked in and saw that, oh wow, they're not in there, and then went to Madison's room and found them in there. So he killed them. Then he exits Madison's room, goes down the U-shaped steps.
Good question. What room was the dog in? Was he over here in this room to the right, or was he in the small room to the left next to the bedroom right here?
I honestly don't know.
See, you know, like this room here, because he goes across here. They said the dog was put in a separate room. So would that be this room here, this little small one off to the side? Or
I wonder if it's the one that he just moved out of. I wonder if it's the room that Kaylee just moved out of.
Or this little room next to the steps. See that little tiny room there? On the right-hand side of the steps, there's like, it looks like a bathroom maybe. I don't know.
Yep, maybe the dog was put in a bathroom.
I don't know. It was put in another room. I just don't know which one. I just wasn't sure which room they put the dog in. Okay, so yeah, Kaylee's mom said the dog normally slept with Maddie or Kaylee.
Ooh, and given that Maddie and Kaylee were sleeping in the same bed, as Kaylee had moved out, she was back there to show her best friend her new car.
Found in another room.
I wonder if
that. So
interesting.
Smitten Kitten says, let's see here. No, the question is it normal for the dog to be put away in a side room? No, I don't think so. I think the dog actually was like with the girls most of the time. Like when they were home, the dog was in their room. When they were sleeping, the dog was sleeping with them. So it was very odd for the dog to be put in another room. But they did say that they checked like his collar for fingerprints, the dog for DNA. Like they said they checked the dog out before they released him to family.
Then once gets down to the, I think it's the 2B, goes on to floor 2A, takes a hard left, and then goes into Zaina's room, kills Zaina and Ethan, then exits that room. And as you see right here, takes a right, goes back to floor 2B, takes a right, and goes into the kitchen area and exits back out the door, the sliding glass door. I'm going to play for you right now a video that has the light on the head of the individual, and it also has a camera on the head, so you get a perspective of being looking through the individual's eyes that is walking. In this case, I turn.
Okay, yeah. See, he is so incredibly smart to me. Like he is trying to give us a view of outside, but even inside with the light on, with what the killer, you know what I mean? And I think that's really effective. Yeah, I think it's really badass. So you guys make sure, like I said, make sure you go subscribe to Gray Hughes Investigates. He does a really good job on this case and other cases as well. I know that his and
he donates.
He does
to nonprofits half of his YouTube in earnings.
Yeah, he does. He puts himself in jail and they bond him out with super chats and shit. I think that's cute. Okay, so hold on. It's a good way to get do super chats or whatever. Somebody, hold on. Strange that a neighbor reported seeing the front door open on the first floor. Now, see, look, that's my thing. I think he went out the front door. Like, I say no, but I think he went out the front door.
I'm in agreement again after going back and re-listening to Joseph Scott Morgan, and the
Ellie.
Nancy Grace podcast. I'm in full
Hi.
agreement. Hey, Ellie.
You said Nancy
Hi,
Grace
guys.
podcast. See, she's something else. I don't know about her.
It's more about
Joseph Morgan.
Joseph Scott Morgan. Thank you. I get it
Yeah.
screwed up every time. But it was more about it must have been one of her assistants that ran down a whole bunch of information. I'm not per se a Nancy Grace fan, but it was more about the information that's contained inside of that one of her guests brings to the table. And I liked that perspective. So.
Oh, check this out. Did you see this comment? I didn't even think about this. Look. Tiffany said, I personally think whoever did this was already hanging with them at the house. They were calling Jack because they felt something was sus. Whoever the person was had already put Murphy in a different room. You know what? I didn't even think about him already being in there.
Yeah.
Because they did, the girls. But you know what? I thought about maybe that's why maybe they called him, because they heard noises. And I thought maybe that Ethan and Xana were the first ones that had been murdered, and I thought maybe the girls upstairs heard, and that's why they kept calling. She called 3 times, and then the other girl had called. But
Yeah.
you know, that's just your mind going back and forth. On
It could be either. It could be either
Right.
scenario.
Yeah.
It could
for
also
sure.
be that they were 2 drunk girls, and one was reminiscing about an ex. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It could also been that.
Just something
Yeah,
very
you know what?
simple.
Look, if the dog knew him, and see, that's the thing too. You know what? That's good thinking too,
That's
because
the
the dog
part.
could have followed the killer into the first room, and then he shut the dog in there. You know,
Yep.
and I thought about that. Would
Yes.
the dog, you know, if the dog knew this person, that he'd be shaking his butt. You know how like dogs like shake their tails, like they wag their whole bodies and shit, like they
Oh,
shake
yeah.
their tails, they wag their bodies. So I'm thinking, like, did the dog know who this was? And they, you know what I mean? Would the dog went straight to him, or did, you know what I'm saying? Did he, because when I can't see him hurting these girls and the dog just sitting there watching. You know what I mean? The dog would be
No.
jumping up on the bed, jumping all over the place. You know what I mean? Like,
Or he
barking,
got scared
and-
and ran the other way too. Like my dog like doesn't like any kind of noise, would run maybe into the other room. Do you know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. Yeah, I didn't even think about that either. Yeah, that maybe the noise. See, I don't know that. I don't know their dog. I don't know how their dog is.
Yeah. Or it could have been like crated still because it was only 10 months old, you know, like she
Right.
could have been in a crate in the other, who knows, you know?
They said he's a quiet dog, not too aggressive. Well, on top of that, you got to think he lives in a party house. So he's used to being around different people, different
Yep.
smells, different, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Especially if he's a puppy and that's how he grew up in that
And
house.
right,
Then
that
he's
wouldn't
super
be
used to
right.
people. Yeah.
That would not be out of character for him. It wouldn't even
Right.
probably cause him to alert at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's the downside to raising a dog in a party house as well. Or even if it wasn't a party house per se, something that had a lot of comings and goings.
Well, right. Somebody, yeah.
Lots of traffic per se.
Well, and you would think, they said the killer was very messy, very sloppy. And so obviously when you have that kind of when you know, you're going to have blood all over you, you know what I'm saying? Or on you at some point. So when he went out the door, how do they not know what door he went out of? You know what I mean?
Well, that makes me think that he might have also, when they say sloppy, I'm wondering if they mean in his work and meaning he cut himself. So they've found his DNA or the killer's DNA as well.
Well, it says in one of the news articles on ABC News,
yeah,
that the police traveled like 2 hours away to get footage of this white car, and it just made me think of that Jack Showalter or whatever, when he was driving 4 hours back home that night.
And on the again, I'll refer back to the Nancy Grace podcast. It was or maybe it was Joseph Scott Morgan. They talked about that there was legit. The gas station clerk went to work that night and she sat there reviewing the footage until she found that white Elantra.
I heard that. She went through it for like hours.
She went through hours, 13 hours of footage to find that.
And it went by really fast, right? I heard that it was going by super quick.
It was going by extremely fast.
at like
Sorry.
3:45.
3:45 in the morning.
And it has to go by that gas station? Is that, or there's a
It has to
like
go
it's a
by
route?
that because, yep, you have to go by that because it turns into just like a little one-lane road, as what we
Oh.
saw that day when Betty spit on that guy, because it's just
Yep.
a very small, narrow,
Yep.
as we saw that day when Betty acted a fool.
We will pull up
Oh,
Google
wow.
Earth and go on a field trip when we're done. We'll
So they have
check it out.
footage at the house and at the gas station? That's what they're saying, guys? That's what
That's
Chad is
what it
saying.
sounds like. It sounds
Yeah.
like it's been seen at near the house. Near the house,
Yeah.
as well as then the gas station attendant found it.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be looking through 22,000 different
And where did they
cars
say
like this, right?
And they've expanded their search to a tri-state area, if that's
Yeah,
so,
like
meaning probably
Wyoming, Oregon, and Idaho, right? Or is that
well,
it?
it could be Washington,
Oh,
Montana,
Washington. It's Washington,
Montana, and Oregon. I mean, it could be Wyoming, but
Idaho.
that part of Idaho is gonna border up to the national
I think
parks, and
Idaho,
all that's closed right
Washington,
now.
and what you said, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. That's what I think
Oregon?
that was it.
Okay.
Those three, because they're like super close. People were saying those three because they were looking at like University of Washington or something. Or
Yes,
one
and
of the
there was an
universities.
incident. There was also an incident at the University of Washington, which is not that far from Moscow. Because that's all up in the panhandle of Idaho.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, with something like this, like, who knows, It could be related to other things, like those coyotes that were found at the sorority girl's house. Like, you never know if that's like some kind of, testing the waters. Because you heard about that, all those coyotes that were found like dead after the
No.
dog, I think.
Oh. I hadn't heard
Yeah.
about that, but
That was
that
like
just
early on. They were talking about those coyotes at the
those
sorority
are considered
house.
those are considered predators, so like
Yeah,
it's kind of open season on them.
on coyotes. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna play this real fast, so we can finish.
Turned off all the lights in the house and made the only light the one that's on the head of this individual, almost like it's a flashlight, but I didn't really animate it where somebody's holding a flashlight and wiggling it around. It's more like a spotlight on this person's head. And before you go, can you make sure you hit that like button, share, and subscribe? I'd really appreciate it. All right? And here you go.
Which this is back down the steps he goes. All right, here's where he goes in the kitchen. And then the living room is to the left, right, and then the bedrooms are to the right.
Damn, he has perfectly eerie music with that.
So, all right, what do you guys think about that one? Do you think he got Ethan and Xana first, or do you think he got the girls first?
I personally think he went upstairs first, and then they might have woken up or something. That's what I always thought, but you never know. I mean, but he did show the bed, like the only way to put the bed was right next to that wall, and so it's definitely blood. That the whole controversy over the blood coming out, and that was like a new addition to the house, and it just must have been really shoddy building to have it like a space in between where the blood. He did a good job, Gray, when he took off the roof to make you could see everything. People think Ethan first because he was the guy, maybe, or if it was like, because they still are not sure about those between 9 and 1:45 where Ethan and Xana were. So there's that too, because it could be something with a fraternity, some kind of like hate crime. People are saying, who knows, What do you think, Voices?
I'm torn. I would think he would have, if this killer were smart and he knew what he was doing, I would think he would have taken out the muscle first.
Yeah.
But the flip side of that is maybe he would have taken out the other 2 girls as to not alert. And then that made me wonder, was this a beef with the fraternity brother? Again, I honestly don't know what to think other than, boy, law enforcement needs to get their shit together. I mean, I don't think that they're not doing anything, but I think that they could maybe let the public know a little bit more, not to fear so much because of the fear for their own safety. I wouldn't be comfortable living in that town if I were a resident.
Oh yeah, I feel like that's kind of like also the university and like the city council and everything, because that city would kind of like wither away without the university there. And it sounds like, there's like PR going on, like, okay, and they're working with police. That's how it works, I think, with those because the university is like, the mecca for, like small towns that have a university, like that is like, it kind of makes it for, it's the economy of the town. So
I went to college on like junior 2-year, I started college at a 2-year in another tiny little town. So
or just universities in general, like they have like a PR company, I'm sure, working for them in this because they're a business, and they don't want to, like, this is not looking good for them. Do you know what I mean? So for them to say it's targeted makes it, not so scary that there's like a possible like mass serial killer.
And the first thing I thought of originally was how this would fall in line with college lore. The sorority, the 2 sorority sisters and a fraternity brother were killed. That was my first thought. But I do agree that it has something to do with fraternity, sorority. I mean, that's one of the things that they all have in common. I can't see for the damage that was done. And it sounds like Kaylee's father paid for, he got her death certificate, and in the death certificate, there were details.
And were those confirmed, or were those fake? Or not fake, but embellished by Fox?
No, that was, they didn't go into what the details were. I'm referring back to the 2 podcasts, Body Bags.
The original one. Yeah, that they were just significantly worse, but then remember,
they didn't go into what it was, but they clarified that the father had paid for the death certificate, and in getting the death certificate, he got some details, as well as that coroner who wears many hats, who's also a criminal defense attorney, who's a coroner, who's and she's something else in the town. That lady released information to Kaylee's younger sister that should not have been released to the minor sibling. It should have been released to the parents. That was the other thing.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. What about this 4chan stuff? Do you see that, like Kate is talking about it, like the fraternity stuff, that there's like this whole thing on 4chan about the frat house. I know. It's like 4chan is like this, how do you explain it?
Another
like
platform?
QAnon. It's like an anonymous message board, and like QAnon like did stuff on there, or 8chan. And so it's like you're completely anonymous. It's not really the dark web, but it's like this. I'm sure people are going to explain.
Farms-esque.
Yeah, and there's a thread that people are like running with because it makes a lot of sense that the frat house is, because you could see their house from the frat house. Like there's like a straight view.
It's only 600 yards off of Fraternity Row. Queen, you got a $4.99 super chat.
Oh yeah, they could see the lights were out and they could literally walk over there. That's what Kate is saying. Yeah, the 4chan post. Yeah, I don't know how much I believe, but it's like beyond Reddit. It's like anonymous Reddit in a way. 4chan, 8chan.
They said that all the doors had combination locks on the outside of them.
Yeah, and that's why
all 6
her
bedrooms,
dad was
like
there.
A dormitory.
That makes sense, because somebody was saying on here one day, like, that her son or daughter goes to university and they do the same thing. So it's easier when they have to like rent it out again, that they don't have to keep changing the locks. They just change the code.
Right. They just change the code.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, that they would each have them. But like, think about it. Maybe Kaylee and Maddie, they were still kind of awake and stuff. I mean, at 3, maybe it was like they didn't lock their door because they were together, and the dog was maybe there. Or the dog could have also been with one of the roommates downstairs. I was thinking, like, if I like lived in that house and I knew that I wasn't going to see the dog again, I'd be like, could she sleep with me? Could she stay, could the dog stay with me tonight? Something like that. So, and if they were coming home early, like the dog could have easily been in one of those 2 roommates that their doors were locked, and the dog could have just been sleeping in there with them. Because if they weren't coming home till later, maybe she's like, oh yeah, you watch Murphy, I would do that, I was thinking about that as an option, but obviously the dog either got out of the dog, ran away and hid, or, that's why, or the killer put him in the room right across from Kaylee and Maddie's when he, because either he was there or downstairs, I'm thinking,
Could be. I mean, at this point, we could talk ourselves in circles.
Yeah, this one is like hard. I mean, it's been like over a month, I think the killer was related to frats, and then Ethan and Maddie's were targets. Wow. So then all of them were targets, except for Kaylee. And Kaylee just happened to be back home.
Well, don't you guys think it was odd that Ethan was not supposed to be staying there?
And Kaylee wasn't either.
Yeah, Kaylee was back for the like weekend because she wanted to show them her car, and but I'm sure like Xana. I know. I just got a call. I'm sure they knew Xana and Ethan like spent the night at whoever. If it wasn't,
then it makes me wonder, what if he did try to go downstairs and get into the other 2 doors, but they were locked?
Yeah.
What if they changed their combinations when the locks got changed for the other girl?
Yeah, like a week before or something, because it wasn't one of the girls' dads out there changing the locks a week before this.
Yes, ma'am. They could have changed combinations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Look at us being the Scooby Squad.
Hold on, Runner Girl. So why wasn't Ethan supposed to be there? I'm sure he slept over every night. Well, yeah, but that's what I thought too. But they said Ethan was not supposed to be.
Um,
Meaning that he usually isn't there living in the house, but
right. Maybe
he,
maybe he stays the night on the weekends or occasionally, but he
yeah.
doesn't reside there in that home.
But if they're like dating for a while, like I know how I was in college, like we were always, you're always like going back and forth. So there's like the possibility you could be either at the frat house or at, Xana's house. I'm sure like people knew that about them, if they knew them, if they had like some kind of knowledge, if they were in the frat or in the sorority, it seems like it was a small college, smaller, right?
Yeah.
I wonder how many people I wonder in the whole college. Because you get to know people more if it's smaller too.
I don't know how big it is. I know that it's bigger than, I think it's more equivalent to about the University of Wyoming. Okay, Lippy says that he slept there a lot. Said though, which is normal, especially when drunk. Okay.
And he lived in like a frat house, which seemed like a little bit crazier than their 6 people house. You know what I mean? Like I think the frat, because didn't somebody go into the frat? Like the frat house is like, there's a lot more guys, I think, living in it. So I'm sure it would, like his girlfriend's house might be a little,
Okay, so the
even with 6 people.
record states they have 11,780. Yeah, because there's the University of Idaho, there's Idaho State, there's Boise State. It's not the only college campus in Idaho. Plus, you've got 2 years in Driggs and Rexburg, and so 11,000.
That's not that much. It's like 2,500 per class.
Yeah, it is, Runner Girl. It's small. It's not as big as what everybody thinks.
Yeah, like 2,000 people per, freshman, sophomore, junior, pretty much.
Just about,
2,500 or so. So you would kind of get to, and especially if they all lived in sororities and fraternities, they would kind of get to, I'm sure they knew each other more intimately.
Well, and on top of that, you generally have about a third of your, generally it's about a third that go into sororities, and then you got 2/3 that aren't even in any sort of Greek.
Yeah.
Because
totally.
not everybody will get into the sorority or the fraternity during rush.
Where'd Queen
well,
go?
and it's
she probably fell off.
I think she's traveling, doing her.
Yeah.
So we'll just yeah. Oh, well, that could be. Crimson Rose brings out a good point. Maybe the speculation was that Ethan wasn't supposed to be there, that he was supposed to be home or headed home already for Thanksgiving holiday.
Oh. Like he was supposed to be gone.
Could have been.
I mean, it was like a good week or so, though, before, right? Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it was right before.
Yeah.
Like,
and then they said like only 50% of the people went back. Or like
oh
after.
yeah, and they're doing.
And now
they're also online now.
Yeah. I mean, I think if they hopefully they catch somebody, and that will solve the problem for them there. There, because it's about kids like being scared. Because I'd be scared if that happened in my college.
I mean, you gotta remember, you've got kids that are going to school there right now, like elementary, like public school kids.
Yeah. And there's like the law school there with the neighbor. He's in a law school there. So there's like probably, there might be I don't know if there's a medical school. University of Idaho has a medical school. But there's other like probably schools there too. Because remember that guy Jeremy that everybody was saying that they thought he's in law school there. They at least have that.
Sorry, I just realized that I was short a dog, and after the cat getting attacked,
Oh no.
yeah.
Oh, there she is.
Well,
She's back. You found your
hi,
dog?
Queen. Welcome back.
Hey, chick, my shit cuts off when I'm out. You know what I mean? I had to go pick up the non-existent kids I have with the non-existent car I don't drive with the license I don't have. You know what I mean? So,
well, you're doing a lot of nonsense over there then.
A whole lot of nothing. I just have so many fucking parking tickets. I don't even have a car. Like, I don't even have, I can't even pick kids up. So, just so many.
I believe that you're in an Uber. Wait, you're on a bus, aren't you? You're on public transportation right now. I don't think it was a pissed off neighbor, Willow, because when you really look there, it seems to be that that's all smallish type apartments. It's right off of the Greek Row, which is generally not that far from campus. So I would dare to say it makes me believe that that's all probably like college housing. I wouldn't see it being a pissed off neighbor. I mean, that would have to be like a lot of years of rage, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I'm wrong at least twice a day. Yeah, Lippy wants you to meet her at the Walmart. Wink, wink, nod, nod. You have no driver's license, and plus you get special privileges every time you get arrested. Apparently, because you've been arrested so many times, like a frequent flyer punch card type deal. Yes, every 10th arrest is free. We don't take you in on the 10th one. If he washes his hands or the knife, you could get DNA from the sink. True. Oh, that's what glove boxes are for, holding the parking tickets. Yeah, that's.
I mean, I feel like he was wearing he was wearing like a full suit, or they have DNA and it doesn't matter because he's not in the system. It's like one of the, either they don't have it because he was like really prepared, or they just have it and they're, you know, kind of, they know maybe
I
they're
think
tracing him
that's
down
why
right now.
I think that's why they've put the call out to anybody with like the genealogy, because they could have a family member's DNA in the system or in something. So I think that that's why they've put that out.
The DNA, because Nancy, I know people feel differently about Nancy, but she said that they have DNA somehow, and they did say sloppy. I mean, sloppy could mean that he injured himself, you know.
That's what I took sloppy to believe. I didn't even think about it being, I took it as he was, you know, probably cut himself. His blood was commingled, that type of a.
Yeah, the 4chan rumors is that he wore like electrician gloves and baggy clothes, you know. That's what
Well, he would be
Grandma
smart if
Sherry,
he would be
like
smart if he
Kevlar.
wore meat cutter gloves. That would be the smarter way. You know, meat cutters have those.
Where you can't like cut through them. Yeah.
So you don't cut through them. But that doesn't work for like a forearm.
Unless he had like a whole suit. I just think of like that Aurora shooting guy. He had like a full like artillery when he went in there. I mean, he had a gun, but you know what I mean? I just think of somebody, it could, you know, you just never know. It could be somebody just deranged like that and just went in there just to kill people, you know. because it just seems like because it's 4, it's like a different kind of like a mindset, like a mass murdering mind, than a serial killer. Do you know what I mean? Like it's
Right,
just
because a
different.
serial killer doesn't generally take multiples at one time. They, you know what I mean? They strike, they hunt their prey, they strike. This, they come right in, and it was like a damn massacre.
Yeah.
Like that's why I've thought thrill killing.
And that could, like you said, that could make it be 2 people, 2 just crazy,
Right. I've honestly always thought there was 2, and it was like a thrill killing that would tie back about the sorority fraternity kids. That was my own impression.
Because how does
Why
one
I got
people
that, I don't
take, like, how does one person, I mean, it's just hard to think unless they're sleeping, and unless they know they could have known exactly what they were doing, but like Ethan and Xana both, like, how does one person take on 2 people? Do you know what I mean? I feel like one person would be able to like run out of there, or
That's
but you
why
just
I
never
believe that there
know.
was a second one that would come into. I mean, if you were both, if you were going to do it, each take a room, and you do it at the same time.
Yeah.
And they did talk again about that Nancy Grace podcast. They did talk again about how the front door was left open for hours.
The front door that somebody said that
Yep.
it was open at like 8:30 in the morning.
Yep. And that again led me to believe that lines up with the route that we had all kind of agreed would be the smartest way to, if you were going to go in and do something like that, which it's hard to put yourself in that type of a mindset, because you wouldn't do a normal person doesn't do something like that. And even so intimate with a knife. That's the other part. It's very intimate with a knife.
Yeah. That's what they said. Even that, when I listened to that Joseph Scott Morgan, he even were saying that, and it even could be like, there was like no SA, but it could be like psychosocial, he said, or
Right.
psychosexual, I think, using a knife.
Yeah.
Psychosexual. Yeah, that was like the term. And so you just don't like, so I think there's just like a lot of different angles, because it's just such a like, haven't really seen anything like this in such a long time, right? It's just,
honey, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this.
Not like this. Yeah. With like no, I mean, unless I really hope that like they have a lot more information, and they're really onto it with this. It sounds like there's something really big about this white Elantra, so hopefully
Look what True Crime Dime says. Coroner said all 4 were murdered with the same knife. Might have been a lookout or a getaway driver, but just one killer. Okay. I could, you would need somebody to get you away. I mean, like, could you imagine? Your vehicle would be gross.
Yeah, Ted Bundy. I mean, if it is like a Ted Bundy, I mean, that's from the beginning. It could just be like a local that just hates, the university and hates sorority. You just never know. You just never know like somebody's motive until you know it, right? I mean, we could speculate that it's this one and that one, but it's probably nobody that. It's probably, I mean, maybe the white Elantra, but it's probably like nobody that.
Oh, could you imagine if you were somebody that owned a white Elantra and you also owned a K-bar knife? Oh, fuck.
And they're tracing it like 24 miles too, the white Elantra. They're gutting like surveillance all the way from like Moscow to Troy. I think I was looking on Twitter. Yeah. So there's like, they're looking at like multiple places where it might have. So I guess they're trying to get a license plate number too. I guess there's not as many.
Do you know what it was that went on at the University of Washington? Not that far away. Was it a stabbing there too? Who would drive a white car to a crime scene?
Yeah. What did the coroner say? What did the coroner say? She came out again, right? The coroner? Jones said something. The coroner needs to shut her trap.
Yes, and I'm in full agreement with that. That woman, she's also a criminal defense attorney.
Yeah.
Hey, our
All
police
right,
chief.
hold on. I think hold on. Is independent thinkers. Are you up here? Independent thinker, you up here?
Hey, yeah, I'm back here.
What's up,
Oh,
girl? I just wanted to make sure this is you and you were, you know what I'm saying? It was you and you were up here.
I was trying to put a part of a article that was put out in the back chat, but I don't know how to do that. Um, every time I mashed the picture button, it wanted me to take a picture.
Oh, as I say, usually if you hold like you put your finger down on it, like push down on it, it'll give you like the copy paste kind of thing. If you copy it from wherever you had it from and then you come over and you hit the, hold it down and hit paste, usually it'll work better that way.
Yeah, I don't know why when I hold it down, it's saying.
Yeah, you can't put an actual screenshot in. You would have to copy it.
It's a 6-page article, literally.
Okay, so is there a way, like up at the top, you know how it's got like the little arrow, like a share arrow? Is there a way to hit copy link and it'll just, then when you drop it in, it'll copy the whole link over? Like up at the top of your phone, it has like the little, like the little Pac-Man eating thing. It's got like the share where you can click that and you can share it out, usually save the link or email it or share it in some way,
Okay, I just put it in there. It's on the 5th page of that article.
So that comes out of the UK. Give me just a second. I'm pulling it up.
I was going to say, you're going to have to pull it up because I'm in the car, but if there's a way for you to do it, okay. All right, cool.
I got you. It's the 5th page of this.
Oh, is this the guy from the vape shop that that the girls used to go into this vape shop? And he said that, is this the article about that guy? Did you guys hear about that? That they were talking. I mean, it just doesn't, I don't know if it's like, it could be so.
Hold on, guys. I hit a paywall. Hang on. Son of a bitch.
They were talking about a stalker, that the girls that said that they come in together because of that they were worried about a stalker. But people were like, well, I don't know, why are they telling him this information? It might not be, And the coroner, I read that she said she let out the information that the toxicology results aren't meaningful to the investigation. So I think that's why she's talking too much, because she was talking about like the toxicology reports.
It's taking me to a video. I'm sorry. It's heavy ad laden, and now it wants me to sign in, and I can't read it. Oh, son of a bitch. Yes, and you are right. This is the vape store guy. But I can't.
Are you trying to bring it up on Screen Voices? Or
I'm trying to get even the article just so I can even read it, but it's heavy ad laden, and then it pops me right to a paywall that it wants me to sign in and register, and I'm snarky. I won't sign in and register. So I'm trying to grab the cash off of it so that I can, but the fucking ads are just popping like crazy on this. It's on the Independent. So they've gone out to a 24-mile radius for the footage from the hours preceding the killings, and immediately afterwards, they're sorting through 22,000 registered 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantras. Authorities have not named a suspect, a motive, found the murder weapon, or produced a criminal profile of the potential killer. Oh, here we go. The manager of a vape shop in Moscow said that Kaylee Gonclaves voiced fears of a potential stalker before she was killed. The man told News Nation that Goncalves and Madison Mogan had visited his business about 3 weeks before they were killed, along with fellow University of Idaho students Xana Kernoodle and Ethan Chapin, inside the young woman's off-campus rental home on October 13th. The manager said that I'm going to murder her last name, that Kaylee and Mogan would come with 2 other girls, and the last time they'd been in the store, he pointed out that it was likely because they were trying to stay safe. One of them more or less openly says, "Oh yeah, we've had one of our other friends be stalked before, so that's why we travel in groups like this," the man said, adding that Mogan was who voiced the concerns while she motioned to Kaylee. So they announced weeks ago they had looked extensively at the reports that Kaylee had a stalker, but were unable to link those reports to the murders. The department tracked down 2 men involved in those incidents, and they were not in any way connected to the stabbings. So yeah. Is that what you wanted me to look at? Independent thinker?
I think that was it. I think that was like the but there's more Kate says about on Brian Enton's page on Twitter about it, I guess.
Oh.
Look,
I can absolutely, if you tell me where to go, I can pull something else up. There's a video of him. There's also a video of a guy in Reddit that explains the murder, and it fits the Idaho murder. It's weird. Oh. Radio Gaga, where did you find that at? I have not heard of a map being found. Doesn't mean that I know everything in, but I have not heard of a map or a handmade drawing. That would be okay. Let's see if I can get to Brian Enton's. Sorry, let me go back here. I'm trying to pull Brian Enton's Twitter. But just remember, okay, let's see what it shows. Okay. All right, so I'm on Brian Enton's Twitter. And it says 3 hours ago, Moscow, Idaho police say they've looked at massive amounts of surveillance footage especially in the critical camera areas, and they're extending their perimeter out further. FBI teams across the nation are reviewing footage from the Moscow area. The one at another one 3 hours ago says Moscow, Idaho. Police say students returning home for winter break is a challenge, but they have investigators across the state and the nation with the help of the FBI. Will continue through the holidays. Work will continue through the holidays, the police captain says. Pecan Pie says the map is speculation, but it was something that was picked up by LE as evidence. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Brian Enton, 18 hours ago. Police have said they investigated rumors Kaylee had a stalker, but they could not find any evidence one existed. Also, Kaylee's family told me they did not know of a specific stalker or a specific stalking incident. Okay. So we've gotten to the bottom of that one. Thank you, Pecan, for Daily Mail or Fox. Oh, independent thinker, thank you. I'm not in Discord. But maybe when Queen gets back, it can be pulled up. I do too, Gracie. We don't know. Maybe they had TVs on in their room. Maybe they have earbuds in. And remember, the Ellie and school let the kids travel home right after this was discovered, so it's not like they could just hold everyone there. That's true. Your son is in student housing and sleeps with noise-canceling headphones. That can make a difference. Found on the second floor while Mogan and Gonsalves were found inside their room on the third floor. Okay, so you're taking the very literal of how they described it, because they said two were found, that Mogan and Gonsalves were found inside their room. So because it said the other two were found on the second floor, you believe that not to be in their room. That also independent thinker. that could also be the way it was written, meaning that they were, I mean, either or, it could. I mean, either or, it could. I see both ways that it could have been taken. It could have been, read what link? Okay, hold on. True crime. Dime, where did you put the link? Because I'm not in Discord, honey. I don't do Discord.
What link?
That's what I'm waiting to find out. Is I just see voices read that link. I'm asking. I needed to know what link.
Well, I hear you. I just didn't know what link. It's just loud in the car, so that's all. I'm almost
No,
home.
you're doing fine.
Yeah, as far as I know, they did hire a private investigator. From my understanding, they also hired an attorney as well. You have to copy and paste it into your search, but what link where? It's not in the back chat. Did you come up on panel and put it in the back chat? Because I don't see it anywhere. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I don't see a link anywhere that you put it that you brought up here, or that, you know what I'm saying. I don't see what link you want her to put up, or you want me to put up, or there's no link, honey.
I don't even see
chat.
it in chat.
Right, but you can't drop links on the chat. They don't. It doesn't work like that. I mean, it's set up to where you can't. Only mods can drop links. So if you tried to put one in the chat, it's not going to show up.
And one would think if they gave the dog Benadryl, they would have found that when they inspected the dog before releasing the dog.
Well, and I don't know who came up with that. Fuck, Benadryl takes 45 minutes to even kick in. So this shit would have. There's no way that there's no reason for even giving the dog Benadryl. You know what I mean?
Right. Grandma Sherry to the rescue. There you go. There's the email. Email it to Queen. Yeah, it can make a dog hyper too. Oh no, it wired your kid on an airplane ride. Oh, ouch. I can see that, Jay. I've thought about that too.
Well, that's what I was thinking. But even if they didn't know the dog, if the dog was like really sensitive or you know what I'm saying, like scary, the dog would more than likely, like Ellie said, her dog takes off running and stuff. You know what I mean? How do we know this dog didn't take off running and run into the other room or something? You know, you just close the door.
That's exactly what, if it was a timid dog that wasn't, absolutely that. Or if it were a dog that we're used to, because it is a house full of people, if it were a dog that we're used to people. Ange Carter says she doesn't do Discord or Benadryl. Just made me
Yeah, I
choke.
didn't do either. I didn't do either one until I just got this fucking Discord, and I'm not sure how long I might even have it.
Oh my God. You just made me choke. I don't do Discord or Benadryl. I don't know. Like I said, we could sit here and talk ourselves. I hope that LE is doing everything that they have the best ability to do and make it Okay, well, let's not, I don't know, Gracie, let's not say that they, well, I'm just not, I don't think the dog was probably given anything just because, like I said, the dog was, well, it's me, Jay. I don't know if it was still a puppy, only over a year old. They usually jump all over someone. They see puppies, at least, could be anything. I believe the dog knew the person. It was a party house. I agree. I could do that. Yeah, Bernadette, these dogs, you can't even pull in the driveway without them letting you know. And Richard, oh, I don't think the dog was given anything either.
So yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I disagree. Dog wasn't given anything. I don't think the dog was given anything either. It takes way too fucking long for it to kick in and all that kind of shit. But this is the map that was supposedly picked up or whatever.
Oh, I see. Okay. So we don't know exactly what that is. It looks like I'm not even going to presume. This is, yes, exactly. Crimson Roses. It's the first I've heard about it. Okay. Oh, so this is the part. Look, Chapin and Kernoodle's bodies were found on the second floor, while Mogan and Gonzalez were found inside a room on the third floor. Two surviving roommates were on the first floor during the stabbings and are believed to have slept through it. Okay, so if you look at it the way it's written, it says that Mogan and Gonzalez were found inside a room on the third floor. It doesn't state where they were found, where the bodies were found on the second floor, and it just states that there were surviving roommates on the first floor. So I could see where you could construe that they weren't found inside the room by reading it that way. I also think it could be written differently to make it sound a little more clear. The paper looks too haggard to be relevant, in Pecan Pie's opinion, because this would have been too early on. And people on Facebook and TikTok have manipulated every image, every which way, and scribbled on it, trying to make it look like everything, including the kitchen sink.
I think so too. That paper was like fucked up. Like it was messed up.
That looks like it's been out there through part of the snowstorm, in my opinion. Catherine, why am I hearing about Olivia took pictures of the kitchen as a bloody mess? Well, they said they were going to try to zoom in. It's me, Jay. If they were in their beds, one person would move, the movement would strike. Someone had to hold the other person down. Just your opinion. Okay. Didn't Gray say the first floor was an add-on, so more soundproof from the rest of the house? That could be a good reason why. Cambry. See, you think it looks fresh for it being wet and snowy? Olivia hasn't been in the house running bear, but Olivia also has a very good camera where she can zoom in through the windows. Dr. Phil showed the kitchen, a mess of food on the table. That's it. Okay. All right. Let me go back up here I missed a couple. My whole thing just jumped on me. Hang on. Crimson Roses. Maybe unconscious person was the code 911 dispatched used for LE because the ones that weren't able to believe their roommates were dead. Well, there's a code for a deceased body. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Yes, there's some other new information in there as well if you're able to navigate about the victim's hands being bagged, which is a good thing. And we should have suspected. Yes, I did hear that. I mean, that is also standard. You've got to they use paper bags to bag their hands. They either use a rubber band or some string to tie the paper bag on. You don't want to use a plastic bag because plastic will cause mold. So they do cover the hands. All the hands were bagged. That's standard operating procedure. That's generally standard operating procedure. Okay. Oh crap, that just jumped. So you guys
said the theories in this case are as crazy as Kylie Rodney.
I agree.
Girl, I don't know about that. But you know what though? AWP pumped the fuck out of that case. Do you guys know JLR's down there fucking around? Can you imagine what the police are probably thinking? He's probably calling every fucking day for something.
Oh my God, he's probably in and out of there 30 times a fucking day, bothering the shit out of him. Can you imagine?
Could you imagine him being in the fucking jail? Like, could you imagine being a guard having to deal with his funky ass?
No.
He'd be ringing the fucking bell for everything. I need medicine. I need toilet paper. I need a book. I need a shower. I need shower shoes. Hey. Do we get commentary? Hey, when do we get commentary? Hey, I can fucking see him now. Hey, motherfucker. I'd be unplugging the goddamn fucking paper. You ain't getting shit.
Oh, you know what? I did hear again, I'm going to refer back to Nancy Grace. It was her guest that said that what had happened was there was another friend, like one of the roommates panicked and they called a friend who came over, and that's the friend that got on with 911. And the original friend that had panicked, the original roommate that had panicked, had passed out. That's why there was a call for an unconscious person as well as the deceased bodies. But why
okay, see, I thought Ethan was the unconscious person that they found, that they thought they found anyway.
No, it was explained in, maybe it might have been on the Joseph Morgan podcast on body bags. One of the two of them, because I was bouncing back and forth between them, taking notes, and one of the two of them said that the roommate had seen it, called the other friend to come over, come look at this, what is going on, freaked out. This other friend has to live close because they were right. They got right there. And then the first person went like passed out. That was what the unconscious person call was for. Then they discovered that
I don't know. I don't think it was a student. I don't think it was anybody that went to the fraternity. I think it was somebody that was partying there or had been partying there, or that they had gotten drugs from at one point in time, or that they had done drugs with at one point in time. Like, you know what I'm saying? The frat guys, I'm not saying the 4 kids that died. I'm saying like this guy had been to these frat parties. Like he had either taken drugs, done drugs there, or something, you know what I mean?
Oh,
like parties there, I think.
Like a town kid that never, that's the bad seed kid that you got, John Doe. He's a dick that, yeah. Like the regular little, I get it. Not a college student, but just hangs out and parties with all the college kids.
Yeah. Yes, that was pure speculation. That's my speculation. That's what I'm saying. I'm the one. That's why I said, in my opinion, I think it's somebody who doesn't go to the college. I think it's somebody that hangs out at the frat parties, that has either been there doing like partying with them, i.e. drinking, doing ecstasy, MDMA, shit like that. This is my opinion. It's not anybody else's. I didn't read it anywhere. I didn't get it from anywhere. It's my opinion.
Oh, hold on.
Just want to make that very, very clear right now.
Somebody going to say that you stole that idea from him.
And yes, it's definitely speculation because we don't know if any of this is true. I'm just going off of what I think. I just think it's somebody who's been around, who's been in and out of these parties, who's been there, but doesn't go to the school. That's my own opinion.
I like it. I like it.
Oh, you was referring to the 911 call. I just know how people, you know what I'm saying? So I want to make sure, yeah, I'm definitely, putting it out there that I didn't read this anywhere. I didn't see this anywhere. Nobody said this. I just, in my own opinion, in my own, I just don't think it was a college kid that came in and murdered 4 people. You know what I mean? I think it was somebody who either lives in that town or is from around that town, you know what I mean? And I think he was there, had been there. I think he'd probably been to their house for parties maybe, because that's, how else would he really know the layout and know what rooms to go to where, Because I tell you what, as a stranger, I'm not just gonna walk up to somebody's house and say, okay, you know what, I want to commit a crime today, and I'm gonna go in this house and do this, and I don't know if they got dogs, I don't know if they got kids, I don't know if they got guns, I don't know if they're awake, asleep, I don't know what the fuck, you know what I mean? You don't just, so there, to an extent, he had to have known something.
You know what? That's a really good point, Queen, because it's Idaho. How do they know that that's not campus? That's off-campus housing. How do they know that any of their dads didn't get those girls proficient with a firearm?
Right.
So that's a good point to note. Because they would have that person would have had to have known that they weren't going to be fired upon going in there. Who?
Yeah, it's like they definitely knew what was going on in that house.
That is a really good point. They had to have known way more. Oh. Sorry, it's dog in and out time again. And I think I have to go throw hay tonight, so I'll probably have to pop off and go in a bit. Sun's starting to go down and the horses are all moving towards the barn. Anybody else want to come out here and be responsible for me? It's cold out there. Oh, you're a triplet, Gracie? Could be jealousy based, or tasers or mace, or
well, they say stabbings are more personal, and I believe it is personal.
Yeah, it is crunchy snow on the deck. I do believe it was very personal. I mean, think about it. If you would have, they could have even, if they were just going to harm them, they could have easily tased them and then made it.
Well, if they were just gonna, they could walk in and bam, bam. You know what I'm saying? Right. Put the pillow over her head, boom. Put another pillow, boom. It would be, you know what I'm saying? But stabbing somebody, you get close to them. You damn near feel when you stick that thing in. You know what I mean? Like personal, man.
That's the thing. It's very personal. I mean, you're very close up to them. Oh no, you got to pay your own way to get your ass out here. But I'll take care of all the needs once you get here. You think Lindy Bird, someone owed someone money? Wow, that's... I think so, True Crime Dime, that in True Crime Dime's opinion, 911 call has details about the bodies that they want to use in interrogation that only the killer would know. And I still, one person, that's going to be hard for one person to do all of that, in my opinion, but. And you're right, Gen X. It doesn't take much for someone to go off like this in this day and age. Willow says, that was my thought on Gray first house video. House added on to that many times, that many ways in and out. Why would you take an unknown route? You'd go out the way you came in unless you knew the layout. Joneson thinks it's two people as well.
See, at first I thought with two people, but you know what? Somebody will tell on you. I mean, if you're going to go in there to kill somebody, you don't want somebody else to know.
Well, but the other part of that is that it's mutually assured destruction. If you tell, I tell, we both go down.
Usually first one to talk is the first one to walk.
Oh, that's true too. That's true too. If they had nothing to lose.
Yeah, and you know what? That's exactly right. Crimson Rose says, Ellie has to keep some details private to protect the investigation. People falsely confess to crimes they didn't commit. Yeah, they definitely keep stuff, closer to the
vest. Yeah.
Well, and I think too that, with Kaylee's parents going off like they did, which I don't blame them. Fuck, I would be really, if that was my daughter, I'd be doing the same shit. I cannot lie. But they definitely said a lot. You know what I mean? So I'm sure the investigators are probably pretty upset about it. And I don't blame them. They got to keep some stuff to themselves.
Well, I mean, in the end, what is it we all want? Justice for the victims.
Number one murder investigator in the world says this will not be solved. No shit. Who said that, Running Bear?
Wow. Muffin Mouse, vest, chest, or breast? Which is it? Any of the above will work. I hope it will be solved.
Yeah, I want to know who's the number one investigator in the world. Wait, who said that? I want to know where that came from. Who said that?
Oh, were they being a smartass?
Radio Gaga said, "Don't say CM."
That's what I had.
Don't do it.
Please don't say it. Please. Oh, JLR. Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Oh, who's they being a smartass? I know you ain't playing. JLR, what the fuck?
Oh, Truth and Transparency's YouTube video. Let me get his name. Yeah,
that's Lana's channel, ain't it?
That's Lana's channel. Yeah, ma'am.
That's what I thought. She's doing pretty good on this case.
Yeah, I sat and listened to that. I know what they're talking about. I didn't realize that he was the number one murder investigator in the world, though. Maybe I'll have to go back and listen to it a little bit closer then. I was using it as time filler between. Uh-oh, Running Bear says they're being very honest. Yeah. Did you find what the name is, Running Bear? If not, I'll go look to see what that live was the other day. Scott Roder, Roder. Is that who you're talking about?
All right, hold on. I'm gonna pull this.
Well, they also need to be quiet to handle the integrity of the investigation. Scott Roder. Yep, that was what I just said. Yeah.
All right, I wanted to know about this. Like, here's about this car too.
Oh, we got the cover up still.
All right, so that's the car that got posted up. But I want to know where they traveled 2 hours to go get the footage from it or whatever.
Wow. Like, I thought the footage from that came from the gas station. I know, Gen X. Some people live in the CSI 1 hour syndrome, which is not realistic. That house has so much DNA in it, it'll take a long time to figure out whose is whose. Just your opinion. I think they said that the original was the first sets of DNA were just coming back. I think that's what it said on Body Bags episode night before last. You never knew that knife and axe throwing is also a sport. Yep, we've got
well, yeah, don't they have that down there too?
Yeah, we've got that up here where we there's a business that's all about hatchet throwing. Like, you can go in and throw things at the I'm trying to think what it's called. Something axe. You know, and Idaho is filled with hunters. And many, if you're a hunter, you have to be proficient with a knife to field dress. knives are popular in the South at all? You mean knives are not popular in the South at all?
All right, we're about to look up some of these knives real quick.
I could go in the back room and start pulling them out if you need me to.
See, and he said it's not like puncture wounds, and that's the thing. I think that's why they took that and ran with it, saying that like she was like sliced and stuff. I don't think that. Hold on a minute. Let's see here.
No, that was exactly what he said. He said it wasn't like stabbings; it was like great big puncture wounds.
Hold on, I'm gonna go see. She's yeah, he did say that. Here, let's see here. Check out Crime Circus channel. He has a lot of information about the Jakes involved. All right, we'll go check that out here in just a minute. We'll see, and it's got to be somebody that like is handy with a knife, like they know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Somebody with a knife that doesn't know what they're doing is not just gonna go up there and do that kind of damage.
Give me just a second and let me go see if there's a K-bar back in the gun safe. I'll be right back. There might be one. I gotta go into the back room. Hang on a second.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Let me go see if there's a K-bar back there. Hang on. If it's not, it's in the garage. Okay, I don't got a K-bar, but I got a buck knife. It's gonna be quite similar. Do you guys want to see it? Is that okay, Queen?
I don't know. Fuck, I have no idea.
How the fuck did you do this? Okay, well, here we go. So it's in a scabbard. It's quite long. This is considered a buck knife. It's all one piece. The handle and the blade are all the same. I mean, this is...
So obviously that's not going to break off. That's what I was saying. To murder
No,
four people,
ma'am.
it's going to break off.
It's all one piece of solid steel. I'm trying to be careful because I don't want to... I know how sharp it is. This is what it, you know. But there's also the thing, like with this one, you could get DNA trapped in all of these little spaces. And that's the thing. The other part of it, yeah, this has that to where you're going to keep it's got a bit of a hand guard that you're not going to be able to slice. But it is big. Yes, the one that they had said serrated. I can't lay my hands on that one. I'm not going to go digging too deep, but this was right there on the shelf. So, but yes. And it would have been serrated. Oh, beat him. Come on now. Anyway, there you go. There's... show and tell, I suppose.
I don't know. What a hell of a fucking way to die, though.
That's what I was Especially after seeing that. I mean, you see how close you would have had to have been? You would have been looking them in the eye.
That's why I said personal. It seems personal.
Way too personal. I'm going to go put this back before I end up cutting an arm off. I don't know, you guys. That makes it even worse after seeing something like that. Yeah, that's how I collect my husbands. Yeah, with more serrated, with a more of a serrated edge to it too. And a lot of times the K bars have one side of it is even more serrated. Oh, wow. Well, Sharon Corin, that's another thought. Maybe the other families are doing what law enforcement has advised. You know, and if we're led to believe, if we believe what we're led to believe about the victims being asleep, you would come awake as the first impact was happening. I saw that, Grandma Sherry. I saw that.
I don't know. I feel like Xana woke up to Ethan being stabbed, and that's what she started freaking out for.
And they did say that with defensive wounds, you would put your hand, you would pull your hands up to your face, to try to protect yourself. You might try to stop the knife. Any number of things could be considered a defensive wound. Shit, I was watching the news last night, Queen, and we had a lady who was walking alongside the interstate, and apparently somebody run her over, and the law enforcement didn't even tell the family anything more than your family member was hit and killed right off the Hardin exit. Different law enforcement agency.
And see, all I could think was like, look at these knives. Just God,
dude, I know. Look at how big they are.
Well, and it makes you wonder. Like, I mean, like even these. Look at this. Like that's
tacticals. Yep. Oh, I've got one like that one on the far left.
I don't know. Like I said, it just breaks my heart. All we can do is hope that it was fast and they didn't have to. And this is the kind they said it was, right? This is what they're saying.
Yep. The K-bar combat, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Military style knife.
This one here, then. This one here. Is this what we're?
It's similar. Yep, that's really similar to like what the second one in. Yep.
Wow. See.
And they're pretty standard, almost. Oh, kind of like that one on the far second row, far right. The third, that one. Nope, far right. The green one with the green background.
Over here.
Yes, that one, because that's got the serration on the bottom of it.
Right there.
Yes, ma'am. That's the
Yeah.
one I was looking for. That's the exact one I was looking for because we have that. I know that one's in the gun safe.
And see, I was thinking one like that, you know, like
Yeah.
this.
We I bought all the guys in our out here K-bar like that, like the one we were just showing, and I had it engraved for them.
Now, see, this is one I could right here. I could think that, you know, I could see
easily. Yep, that's another one. Same. It's a Bowie survival knife. Same thing. Same thing. That's one of those that you could go. That'll slide right in between and you can give it a little twist and. Yeah.
Wow.
Horrifying. Because that means that you're within 12 inches of the person. Because think about it, you wouldn't be, I mean, you've got to be right there. So this is an up close and personal. You can get those at, you could probably even go to a pawn shop and pick one of those up for $45. Any Army Navy surplus store is going to have them. Most hunters out here have them.
Damn, I typed in exactly what she said. Look up, hold on. Brandy said, look up pictures caused from bar knives. You'll see a serrated versus straight edge K-bar knife. It will give you different cuts, like wide puncture wounds looking versus a straight, more close cut. But as soon as I type in K-bar knife wounds, it pops up Idaho police seek K-bar knife in student murders.
Yep.
That's the first fucking thing that comes up.
That's why I think that's why I still say he cut himself. They've got his DNA.
But see, if it's somebody like, okay, so like my dad, my brothers, all them, they can field dress a deer like with a quickness with a knife. I mean,
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Whoa, wait a minute. I didn't even know those were down there. Wow.
Whoa. Sorry about that, guys.
Whoops. Wow, wait a minute.
Ooh.
Okay. But see, and with that one, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It just.
Yes, that knife is designed that when you pull it out, it will shred. Because it'll go, you can get the initial stab and then you can turn and pull it out. And as you pull out, it will shred the entrance wound, essentially, causing even more damage. It's how that knife was designed to be used. So, I don't know. That's. Yes, Running Bear. That's exactly what the coroner was talking about. And that also, now thinking about it, that also lines up with, I know that her father said it didn't look like, it looked like big puncture wounds, but that would also happen because of the way that knife does that.
Let's see here.
That's what I'm thinking, a crazy Italian lady.
Okay, so that's the field they were supposedly walking through right there.
Banfield. Yes. Banfield. Because then that goes into Greek Row. Isn't that then Greek Row?
I don't know. That's what I was thinking. Here's the 1-1.
Yep. I think this ends up being Greek Row right here. Guess, because then that goes over. There's the econ. Yep. And then there's the econ building back to the left going on to the campus. So they're just right off of campus. But if you look at that, look at how that road is just one way in, one way out for that neighborhood.
Right here.
Yeah. One way in, one way out. To a point.
And here's the 2 apartment buildings. This is where Einan lived, and then this is the field supposedly the kids were walking through, right?
Yep.
Over here. This field
Yep.
here.
Yep. Oh, I wonder if that's the Sigma Chi house right here. I wonder if that's the Sigma Chi house.
Right here.
Because, yep, I bet you that's Sigma
It
Chi.
is, because the couches, that's where the couches go, right there at their basketball.
Oh, son of a
court
bitch,
there.
look, there's the fucking couches.
Yeah, there's.
Is that a couch out there in the yard?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Son of a bitch.
This is the little back patio. Here's the inside of their thing. Like, this is the.
Yep, the courtyard inside of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
Greek
they're right
Row,
here.
that's what they call, like, where all the sorority and fraternity houses are. That's what they call Greek Row.
Where was the gas station from here, though, that they're talking about?
Keep coming.
Another thing I wanted to see was this road. They were talking about this road back here. You could see from the back door, this road back here.
Yes, look, you could probably right through here if you went diagonal from that red line to the road, take a diagonal mark, you could probably see it. See right into the house from there.
Well, and then they're thinking that he might have, you know what I mean, came out this way from the back door and ran to the road and out of here.
It's Highway 8 and Troy intersection for the gas station is what I think. So right up here by Targhee Hall.
So okay, and they were off campus, right?
Yeah, they're right off campus because this is the University of Idaho campus to the left because there's Phi Kappa Alpha.
See.
Econ building. So the campus to Idaho campus is to the left of us still. I wonder if Targhee Hall is like student housing.
They called 1122 the castle on the hill. Is that what you said?
Oh. The castle on the hill. Well, that's the other thing. I mean, all the houses that close together and nobody heard anything outside. Hi, Marilyn. The address is 802 Troy Road for the store, Queen. Tammy Lou, I agree.
I was trying to go check Discord where she said the map. Well, okay, here it is. I was just trying to check where she, you know what I mean, to put it in here.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see what she was saying, and I could pop it up on the screen if you guys want me to.
4 minutes from the house to the gas station. Damn, that's close.
Yeah, it is.
That's like what it is for me.
And hold on, what bar did they say that they were at? They didn't say for sure. The mom said, hold on, one of their mothers said she thought they went to the bar, didn't she?
Yes. I meant one way in, one way out when it came right up here to the house because it turns into this little end road and then it goes down to Xana's mom said that.
I don't know. I know they're getting pissed that they're having to find out information on the internet and not on the.
I'm trying to look for the name of the bar. Um, KREM. Here we go. Where was it? The Corner Club.
All right, we're gonna then. Oh, you got it
It's
there.
called.
Okay.
I just found the map, the picture of the map. It says Kaylee at 10 from 10 p. Sorry. From
That's okay, go
10
ahead.
p.m. to 1:30 a.m. Kaylee and Maddie at the Corner Club. And then at 1:40, Kaylee and Maddie at the Grub Truck. From 8 to 9, Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi party. At 1:45, they were all as of 1:45, they were all at their residence. And that came off of KREM.com. Yes, I saw that about the 4 figures. Did you guys see the 4 figures that were seen running?
Yeah, I did.
Is that
And
Ellie?
yeah, I'm back. My phone cut out, and you know how it goes.
Yay, I'm glad you're back.
I found like the map on Brian Enton's like channel on his Twitter page that shows like all the places they got the surveillance footage from, like the gas station. I'm trying to send you a link to it, but if you go to his page and just go to his media, you could see on the map like how close it is. Like they have the crime scene, they have the gas station, they have this restaurant. Let me see.
Yeah, that
Liquor,
makes
and there's
sense.
also a liquor store that they also got footage for. I think that's kind of out near Troy, the one that's furthest away. And then the gas station is like literally like really close. Like you can almost see it on the map that like the road that kind of goes like behind the houses you were showing. That
Right.
like major road, yeah. So there's like a gas station and a liquor store now that they have. It must and that same one was at the crime scene as well then, right? Is that like confirmed? That the car was at the crime scene? That they saw that car on like a ring cam?
Okay. I'm not sure how they
Yeah.
found the car. I'm not honestly sure. And I know that we've got different times. This is just what this KREM article has stated. The Corner Club is the only bar left, and they went there that night.
Oh yeah, that's where Maddie and Kaylee were until
Yes.
like, and then they walked. You could walk from there to the food truck.
Food truck, and yeah, because they're very close together. It looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks from the club to the food truck. But it is a good distance from the food truck to the house. That looks like it's probably going to take about 7 to 9 minutes by car.
Yeah. They said like a mile or so, could be
Yeah,
like around a
it's
mile,
quite
a
a
little bit over.
ways. I mean, because we're looking right now over the house view, and this is on the other side of the river going into Moscow to the northeast from where we're looking currently. So it would be to the northeast, a ways away. And yes, I did hear that they knew that the car was close to the crime scene at the time of the murders. That's why they were looking for it. Did they say what time the car was seen outside of the house?
I don't think so. I think they just have like the times at the liquor store and the gas station. They said those are both within a mile of the house, the gas
Right.
station and the liquor store. I thought so. What I wonder, what is Troy then? Why all the way out to
802
Troy?
Troy is the street that the gas station on. Troy is the
Oh,
street
got
name.
it, got it, got it. Oh, okay, okay. So it was just, I thought it was
802
like, got it.
Troy is the name of the address to the gas station. And I
Yeah,
know
there's
that
like
it
a
says
lot
that
of
the girls
information
got
on
in
it.
later around 1:56. I'm
Mhm.
going off of what this article on KREM says. I understand.
Because her sister like corrected the timeline, I remember,
Mhm.
from like 145 to like to that. So like I feel like 156, because she's like, I know it's not a lot, but I think they were originally saying 145, and then
Right.
Haley's sister must have like some kind of records or something
Maybe phone
with the
records or something.
or the sorority like rideshare Uber kind of thing
Yep,
that they use for the sorority.
absolutely.
They probably had some kind of thing. And then the other two came home at 1. And like still it's so, I think the one thing that's really strange is like the Ethan and like they still don't know where they were between like 9 to 10 they knew where they were, or 8 to 9, and then between 9 and 1:45 they have no idea, which is
correct.
And they're still trying to figure that out.
8 to 9, it says they were at the Sigma Chi,
Oh
which
yeah,
is
8 to 9, and then 9
yep,
to
and that's that
1:45.
square house just over here.
Yeah, that big one that you were pointing to earlier with clean with
Yeah.
the couches, like they
Yeah.
and look how close that is to that road. Is that the road that goes to the gas station?
It comes around to it. I think that's Troy.
Oh, okay.
I could be incorrect.
I feel like Gray needs to do like a
I'm
video.
sorry, which road are you talking about? The one on the left or the one around
The
the
one on the left in front of the
That's
all
part
the
of
way
the
to the left.
university. Yep, that's part of the University of Idaho's campus.
Oh, okay.
The one all the way to the left. Yeah,
And does
that's
that
part of
lead
it.
to the gas station and to the liquor store?
I think it's this other one over here on the right.
Oh, okay.
I think
Got
it's this where it goes. See where
Where
it says
Twiggles
Targhee
Stores?
Hall? Up towards the top of the picture, it says Targhee Hall.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's Troy that goes out that way. I could be wrong. Oh hell, I got a stick that goes in my sliders. The big paint stir sticks, the bigger, thicker ones for like the 5 gallons of paint. Those are perfect to fit into your windows so that you can't, because you can put it in the top of your window sash and they can't lift the window up from the outside. Oh yeah, single girl.
I feel like everybody has had sliding door issues. I had my old house when I grew up. We always had like one of those bars in there. Like there was always issues. Like I feel like they're
Yep.
very easy to break into, maybe,
They
or
can be.
people leave them unlocked, especially if she had a dog. You know, you kind of like accidentally leave it unlocked. Sometimes
Well,
they're
you
not
think
put
about
in.
you think
Yeah.
about how much noise it makes when it opens and closes.
Yeah.
Most sliders are loud.
Oh my God. Yeah, definitely. And they always break. And so, I mean, like, I'm sure not that it was broken, but if you don't put that like stick thing in there, it's so easy. You could even break in if the stick is in, and there's like ways to break into it, like even with you could push the stick out. I mean, not that he did that, but you know what I mean? They're just like, it's an easy entrance point, I feel like, for people. Yeah, everybody puts a stick in that sliding door. I feel like they're made wrong. They're like made to break a little.
The gas station is in one direction and the liquor store is in the opposite direction.
Yeah, a mile each way in the other direction. Like if you look at Brian Enton's like Twitter, he has like this.
My problem is that I'm not on
It's
Twitter.
hard to look at it. Oh, okay. I can send you a link to it probably.
I can only see the public posts.
I think Brian Enton is all public though, right?
It is, but honey, I can only see back like 8 hours.
Oh,
9 hours.
got it.
There's so much because, and like I said, I
can send you the link to the tweet maybe. Let me see if I could do that. I did that yesterday. Let me see if I can
somebody
find
hijacked all my shit, and I just don't care to get back on any other platform. Is pot legal in Utah? Not that I'm aware of. Not in Idaho either.
Yeah, people try to log into my Twitter account sometimes. I have to like change it. Like people try to hack into it from like other countries. I mean, not that it's like people do that with Twitter in general. I think it's very hackable. But I think I might, if I send you the tweet, I think you could link on it.
You can just put if you put the link
in the back
to
chat,
private chat, I can pull it up. I should be able to. That's tragic. That's okay, Melanie. I don't want to be me either. So it's fine. Rody Gal says, I'm waiting in line at the dispensary as we speak.
That's where I just went to on my way back. And I went like a half a mile from my house. It's so crazy because it's legal here, like even recreational. And it's crazy. That's why my dog was able to find one on the ground. It's everywhere, Okay.
Medical is legal in Utah. Okay, well.
I mean, they still smoke anyways.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's still like federally, it's still illegal.
Right.
Like when it was medical in California, they would do raids and stuff. Like the California.
I think that's why you can't use a debit card to buy pot. Because it's federally illegal and it's a federal banking system. So the cannabis dispensaries it's legal anywhere as long as you don't get caught.
Yeah. And they kind of targeted like certain ones that were probably like not up to code or what, like this was before it became recreational. But yeah, they like to do that. But I think I might be able to send you the tweet. Hold on one sec. Oh, sorry.
That's the poor pupper that got dosed with the...
What, baby?
That's the poor pupper that got dosed with the edible.
Oh, shit.
She took her dog ended up having to take her dog to the vet because the dog was doing fallovers and...
She was a wreck. I thought she was dying, and she's like 2. I thought it was like the end of her life.
Super high, huh?
She was just super hot. And like 24 hours later, she was like back to normal. And I swear, she looks on the ground now. I feel like she knows what she's looking for one.
Yeah. She's like, oh, no. When did you drop another piece? Because I loved it.
Yeah. She's like, I know it was a little nutty, Mom, but it was kind of.
Smoke them if you got them, babe.
or eat them.
Okay, so what kind of dog is she?
A border collie.
Oh
So-
my God.
So she went from like running around with her friend outside, and then all of a sudden she was like leaning on the couch. I was like, I've never seen her lean before. And then she was like, I went to the bathroom, and of course, she followed me, but she laid down. I was like, it was weird. And then it started getting scary because she started like, just like her head started like bobbing, and she was all tight. It was probably when it was coming on like too much, she started to freak out.
Hell.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
I was like, I know that stage. And
Right.
then, and then she was fine. She threw
So what
up.
they do, just give her fluids and tell you to take her home and
Yeah, electrolytes and anti-nausea and like a good talking to,
What up, you guys?
What's up, babe?
You've had a day, Queen.
Oh, yes, I have.
Oh my gosh.
The bee has been busy in a little bit.
The bee has been busy bee.
Being a bitch over here, but that's okay.
Not you. How's everybody today? Who's up here?
Ellie voices, and we have the Google Maps that I'll stop sharing now because I ain't even fucking with it no more. But
What's up,
Went on a
ladies?
field trip. Hey, NorCal.
How are you today, voices?
I'm fucking freezing.
Oh God, how cold is it out there?
It's like 12.
Oh
my God.
I've never felt that. I've never felt that in my life. 12 degrees. I've never been that cold.
And then you add like 20-mile-an-hour winds, so it's like -2.
Oh my gosh.
why? I don't even know why you would want to even be that fucking cold.
It's not like I want to be that cold.
It should be illegal to be that cold. Hey, B Tim.
What's up? How's things going?
What's up, babe?
What up, B Tim?
Nothing much. Just had to do a couple of things.
How cold it is. Did you see Gray's new video that he did with the little headlamp?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh my God. Look, it's so fucking cool. I'm super stoked about it.
All right, cool. Let me see Gray's video.
Oh, here, I'm going to pull it up. You already fucking know I am.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yes. Oh, yes, I am. Because it is super fun. It's cool. Like with the headlight and stuff. It's super cool. He always puts these cool little things together anyhow. What are you doing today? It's fucking smart. I'm just fascinated by it because I'm definitely not smart like he is. So, you know what I'm saying? It's
Well, you
fascinating.
gotta have. I mean, like he's dedicated to his job, and he puts all his time and effort to it. So, I mean, like I think that also plays into it. He's not just smart, but he also is very passionate.
Look what comes up: the edibles with the weed.
Oh no!
The commercial with the edibles.
It's so crazy.
Google is listening to us. That's so creepy.
It's creepy.
Right. Damn it! It heard all about the edibles.
Oh no!
Oh, I missed that conversation.
Okay, so
Dang it.
So he takes the roof off of this, and he he does like a walkthrough, and the little guy has a headlight on. He's got like a little headlamp on his hat, walking through the house. And then remember when Voices and Nick kind of went back and forth over the blood that was leaking out or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, he pretty much the way he explained it, it was like they were both right. So Nick was right and Voices was right because he said it came like down it went into the floor, into the wall, and then on the outside. So it went on the inside and the outside. So they were both right.
Jeez.
Not that I wanted to be right about that one. That's awful to be right about.
Well, no, but Nick was trying to explain it, and I think you guys were like, you know how like me and that girl had the other day. It was kind of like we were both saying the similar shit, but we wasn't really on the same page. You know what I mean?
We were having poor communication skills.
Yeah, and so like you guys, you know what I'm saying? You and Nick, you guys were both talking about like the same thing, but you guys were saying different stuff. Like he was talking about the inside, you were talking about the outside, but it was still like the blood.
Yes.
How it came down the wall and all that. So you guys both were right, really.
Damn it, Nick, we were both right.
Guys, I don't know if he's in here. I seen him in here the other day, but he's probably still pissed off that I went off like I did, but I don't really give a fuck. That was some bullshit, but I did get his email, so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure things will work out eventually.
Yeah, it is what it is. I'm done and over with it. I mean, it is what it is.
Discord's the devil. Just like Savage says.
That from the fucking beginning. I hate that son of a bitch app. I really fucking do.
Dude, why would you have something that says Discord?
Because I was doing something for my members, like, just so I had something for them to do, like,
I
because there's nothing else for them to really do. And I don't have any fucking shit set up like that. I never have, because I don't, I just never have. So,
well, I mean, at least it's
no good deed ever goes unpunished. So
at
least there's
I
no.
know.
Yeah, I mean, at least there wasn't any
at least
exposing
damaging done.
Yeah, like
I think the thing I was most pissed off about was the whole personal information thing. There's a
Yeah.
lot of shit that goes on, and people like to dox people and fuck with them, and I don't like that shit. I really fucking do not like that shit unless I'm absolutely forced to be a bitch.
Yeah. So how did Greg create this? Like, did he do this himself?
I don't know if it's a program or
I think it's AutoCAD. I think it's called AutoCAD design.
Yeah, something like that. I saw him when he did the first one, the first 3D model. When he was putting it together.
I think he did one of these on the Christian Androcchio case too.
Like, this thing looks like something like
no
the cops
shit.
would use.
I bet like architects would use this too, maybe, or designers even.
Yes,
like if they're a designer.
engineers use AutoCAD. Designers use it. AUTOCAD.
Yeah.
Okay, so he did a poll, and most people, 60% of people said Route 2. What'd you guys think over here?
Which one was the one where he went out the front door? That's the one I thought.
It was in and out the sliding door. Was 2. That's the one I thought too. The sliding door, both ways. Maybe
Dude, I
3
don't
was
know.
out the front door, maybe.
Well,
I'm
still
60-40.
I'm still stuck on why the front door was left wide open.
I know.
Why? See,
Well, yeah, they very well could have, and that's the thing.
I'm 60-40 on that too. Was it really left wide open, or is this just more shit that's come from the internet?
Because it wasn't confirmed. Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
So this is
True.
where I struggle because, depending on what information I use is how I'm going to make my opinion. And so anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, basically,
what room he supposedly put the dog in and all that. Like, did he put the dog in there first? Did the dog run in there when he started? When he went at him, like when the dog screamed or something? Did he take off running, or
I think the girls left that dog in that room because they were out before they went home.
You know what? I didn't think about that either. Yeah.
Maybe we can
But
all
you
get
think
together
they
and
would
use
let
our.
him go to the bathroom? Don't you think they would have let the dog out to go potty after they got home from being out all night?
Yeah.
Somebody said that they did do that. Somebody said that they did do that.
Yeah, I remember that at the beginning.
That was noted in the chat by, I think it was Running Bear? I don't remember. One of the chatters said something that said that they would have taken the dog out to potty and then they came back in. Maybe it was Independent Thinker. I don't remember which one said that earlier. And Brian Enton said the door wasn't open.
Well, I'm just saying you would think that they would have taken the dog out to go to the bathroom when they got home,
Yeah.
I have a question though. This house looks kind of like a little bit elaborate, like something like if you didn't have an understanding of like what was inside this house, you would get kind of lost a little bit. Like,
well, yeah, in the normal house, there's 3 floors to it, and the middle floor is like the floor you walk in on, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, does that mean like the person had some sort of? I mean, like I can't imagine just
they had knowledge of the house. I think they knew exactly where they were going, and they knew the layout of the house. I think they had been there before.
Yeah, because I can't imagine some random guy just like saying, "Okay, I'm coming into this house," and know that the whole
not knowing who was in there, what men were in there, if there was anybody armed with any pistols or anything like that. That they that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like it comes a little bit beyond like a person who might have been casing these people beforehand, outside. Someone would have to maybe get some sort of inside diagram or like at least.
Well,
get
it's
an
kind of on a
understanding.
hill too. It's kind of like you can see it from a lot of places. So, and especially the upper part, because it was like an addition, like the upstairs and like part of like the second floor were additions. So I think it's really high up too. So people could be watching them. That's what they were saying. Like even like the neighbor said, "Oh, I would always see a lot going on in there." you know?
Yeah, but I'm just thinking to myself, like, if a person just walks into this location and they're going in there with a knife and they're walking through this dark, it's really dark. They can't really have lights coming on, and they kind of have to know where they're going. I mean, they can't just there would have to be
Yeah.
some sort of like, I'm thinking like there had to be some sort of previous knowledge of how this building was set up. But
Queen Bee, Joneson sent you a list of facts known so far in DMs.
Yeah, I just got it.
Oh, cool.
But I'm
Oh,
surprised.
you want me to put it up on the screen, or do you want me to wait, or what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Oh, whatever you want.
Yeah, it was a big party house too, so people are always in and out of there. And that's also maybe like shows why the dog was like so friendly with everybody, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, sometimes dogs are very too friendly with strangers. You know, they're not
Yep.
trained.
Anybody
They
know
don't
what
bark.
kind of dog it was?
Yeah, like a golden, like a golden
Oh, the
doodle.
golden doodle. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why didn't a dog not get excited and make like, excitement knowing he's with a new person coming in?
Well, yeah.
Golden
I mean,
doodles
usually
can also be very.
Maybe he did, and maybe he just put him in the
Maybe
other
he did.
room.
Yeah, and he could have gotten excited as well.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Every dog is so different. My dog like is sometimes tired in the middle of the night, like 4 o'clock, 3, 4 in the morning. And if he was like in his crate, I don't know. I still think there could have been a crate situation because such a young dog.
Mm-hmm.
And the type of dog it is that.
Yeah. Yep.
Why is Chris McDonough like pointing at bushes and saying there is some sort of car there? I can't see anything in the bushes that he's talking about.
Oh
Well,
gosh.
he's got that super special X-ray vision.
Like, I don't even know if that's a car or snow or whatever that is. I don't know what's wrong with Chris McDonough. He just makes up shit. He's his best friend, like his best friend Nancy Gray. Great,
Is
like
he
Nancy
in Idaho
Grace.
right now? Is he?
Yeah, he's in Idaho. Yeah, I'm looking at the diagram, by the way. Independent.
Is he helping out with Monkey's case too at the same time?
I don't know. I mean, this guy's a grifter. I just heard he was doing I heard someone say he went in Idaho, but I'm not sure if it's like right now or was before.
Him and Nancy Grace are the new best of friends.
Oh, by the way, someone asked me why I don't like Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace basically was related to 2 women who lost their first one. I think the first woman had her kid kidnapped, and Nancy Grace berates her why she didn't keep an eye on her, and that woman killed herself. And the second woman, I believe, was drunk and rolled on her kid or something, and the kid died. So Nancy Grace decides to pour vodka and calls her the vodka mother. So that lady lights herself on fire and commits suicide.
Oh
She
my
also
gosh.
she also has lied about people. She's also lied about evidence, and she's also like doctors' videos. So she's like kind of like Dolly and all these other people. She's a grifter, and she likes to accuse people. So yeah, what she's done is actually related to 2 people committing suicide in her watch.
Dang, I didn't know that. The only time I've really ever paid attention to her was during the Casey Anthony and all that.
So that's why I don't like her. I think she's really fucked up and she's an evil person. So, and I think she only does it for the money, and it's really fucked up. The second one, I mean, the lady was drunk and rolled on her kid, and I get she should go to jail, but the fact is that that woman literally lit herself on fire and killed herself out of guilt. And Nancy Grace literally was on TV showing how she was pouring vodka in a camera. So yeah. So that's why I don't like Nancy Grace. That's my main reason why I don't like her. She's a very evil person.
Well, understandably so.
Yeah. So. And she's always she just lies. It's just crazy.
He had the killer going out the back door on that one. Yes, Joneson.
Yeah, so it's just a very interesting case. I mean, it's just I couldn't tell for the life of me. I mean, any sort of suspects, in my opinion, because it's just a very odd situation. You have a dog that doesn't bark. I mean, and we're watching the Build website commercial, I guess. This is your ad break, guys. We can. We're finally sponsored,
Big
guys.
five.
We're finally sponsored. But yeah, I mean, it's just a crazy situation. I mean, you got a dog that doesn't really make a lot of noise when someone comes in. You got 4 people murdered without, seems like they one after another with a knife. It's just a really weird situation. I don't know. I couldn't for the life of me figure out who done it or anything like that. I
I
just think
know.
it's odd.
It is odd, the whole thing, and then the fact that it was a knife, and like Queen was saying earlier, like why not a gun for 4 people? Like it's really like ballsy in a way.
Well, knives are. I mean, like realistically, a knife is pretty efficient in
If you know how to
comparison.
use it, so you
Yeah.
have to know how to use it, though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he obviously knew. He obviously knew how to use it.
Yep.
Quick, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Boy,
and also
George
you have to.
Stephanopoulos is looking old.
Well, he is like what? He's 70.
God, he used to be hot.
Well,
back when he was in the White House as a press secretary, back in the days of the
Listen.
press. Oh God, I love George Stephanopoulos.
Listen, I'm sure a lot of ladies would still like to go with him right now. Let's be real, especially with the glasses.
he needs a
I don't know.
haircut.
He looks like a Poindexter to me. I don't think so.
Right now, he's
Listen. I'm sure he doesn't go on a date like that. I'm sure he's got.
I don't know. You said he's sure he don't go to a date. Are you sure?
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he doesn't go with the Poindexter sweater. He'll probably have like a $5,000 suit on.
I think he has a fucking bow tie.
Yeah,
He does look like he would wear a bow tie.
Doesn't he? He does look like he would wear.
He would look. He probably would have a vest and a bow tie. Probably.
Look, Grandma Sherry would say he needs a bow tie.
Listen, don't make fun of him. We're all getting old. We can't make fun of him. We're all getting there.
I'm already know I'm getting cold.
Let's be real. When we hit like 70 years, how old is he?
Solved murders of the 4 college students in Idaho. Police are sorting through the records of thousands of cars matching a vehicle of interest caught on surveillance camera. You see it right there. Mola Langi is right here with the details. Good morning, Mola.
Well, good morning, George. Police studying a new clue this morning as they continue to search for a car they believe could be key to this investigation. This morning, as students at the University of Idaho head home for winter break, the killer of 4 of their classmates still on the loose.
Through our tips, through our leads, some of the evidence that came in, we start to identify patterns.
Police now revealing they're going through 22,000 cars that match the search criteria of the one they're looking for, a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra, like this. The car resembling this grainy image they're now investigating, captured on a gas station security camera, taken around 3:45 the morning of the murders. Employees at that gas station telling ABC News they told investigators the car took this route, heading in the direction of the victim's home, but they don't know where it went once it left the camera's view. Officers believe the occupants of the Elantra they're searching for have information critical to the investigation and are pleading to the public for help.
If we get the word out there, hey, maybe your neighbor has one in the garage that they don't drive very often. Maybe there's one that's just not on the registration database. Let us know.
The parents of Kaylee Gonsalves telling Arcana Whitworth they also worry critical video could be overlooked and disappear.
I ask the community, if you know you have a tape, if you know that there's a recycle time and it's getting close to that, take the extra step. Go in there, look for it, pull it off. I mean, we would appreciate it.
The family searching for clues. They have questions about the behavior of Kaylee's dog that was found in the home, but police say there was no indication the animal had entered the crime scene.
If he was locked in a room, I would guess that he would bark and claw and whine.
2 of the roommates surviving unscathed. Christy Gonsalves empathizing with them.
They're victims as well, and I'm sure they're terrified.
Now, as campus quiets for the holidays, Kaylee's parents demanding answers.
I mean, who can do something like this?
Where are you? Who are you?
Well, more than a month into the investigation, and police have yet to identify suspect. A Moscow police chief insisting that they do have a lot more information that they have not made public, concerned it could compromise their investigation, George.
Okay, Mola, thanks very much. Bringing our former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Brad, let's start out with this white Hyundai. They're saying that those inside could have critical information to the case.
So look at it this way, George. When you profile a neighborhood after a murder like this, you look for things that typically are not there. In other words, neighbors' cars, you eliminate those. This white car apparently plays into two possibilities. One, it's the bad guy's car. Obviously, you want to find that. And the secondary is they might be witnesses of something, seeing somebody come in or out of the victim's house, and they need to locate and ID the person. So this could be a big find or maybe a medium find.
Police are also re-interviewing witnesses. What does that tell you?
So, George, when you interview people initially, and many times it's a patrol officer, a detective, or agent that are not directly involved in the investigation. I've done this hundreds of times. I go back to re-interview people because I have new information. I may have pictures, I may have names. So you can put it more in context and maybe perhaps get additional leads.
And what do you make from this news from one of the parents saying that his daughter's death didn't match her friend's?
So I'm going to assume that means that perhaps she was injured more than the others. That can mean possibly two things. One, she was the target, or two, she happened to wake up and she fought the attacker, and he obviously then picked up his aggression because of her actions.
Surprised the investigation is taking this long?
No. This is one of those cases that once, George, you eliminate sort of the inner circle, assuming they have done that, in other words, friends, associates, then when you get outside that circle, it becomes very difficult to figure out who actually did this and what was their relationship, if any, with these kids. It may be very small. If that's the case, they're going to have to keep chipping away at leads like this white car.
Brad Garrett, thanks very much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here.
I always hate that in the end of the news program when they're just like, they put like the uppy person happy, like after they just discussed the brutal death of 4 people. Like, okay, guys, can you not add that to the end of the news cycle? Just saying. Those people need to like, I don't know, someone's got to talk to them about that because that sounded psychotic a little bit. I'm sure everyone agrees.
It's not the best transition, you're saying.
Yeah, it's not the best transition. Yeah.
No, and here, now I'm going to put this up because we didn't get to go over it before. We were just talking shit. I'm going to put this fucking thing up that Gray did. He did it with and he kind of explains like he goes over it. So I'm going to give it, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
you can listen to it, but he like takes the top off of it. You know, he tries to explain it a little better.
Gray Hughes investigates.
You can see the little guy in there. You see the little guy in there walking around. He's got a little flashlight on him on top of his head. So
Yeah.
All right, he's gonna kind of explain it with the top off. You know what I mean? Give people a better idea because they were having a really hard time with the dynamics. Of, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So the blue bed over here to the right, you see like this bed right here. That's what I was talking about with Nick and Voices when they were talking because they were talking about the blood that had come outside the picture we were talking about with the 3 or 4.
Yeah,
the blood on the outside of the house. Yeah.
So there was like one that came out, you know, from behind, and one. So basically, what he was saying was Xana was more than likely over here. Well, from what he's guessing is Xana, or one of them was right here by the edge, and it was that's how the blood leaked down onto the floor and through the wall to the outside. So they were both right because he said it was like the killer was very sloppy, very messy.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
So, yeah, I mean, the one thing that I don't really make sense to me is like the couple that was together, how, you know, they were in the same room, right?
Yeah,
So-
right here. Well, seeing okay, so I guess I was wrong. I thought when they called to say that there was somebody passed out, I thought that they were basically calling to say Ethan was passed out, but they had called actually their friend over, right?
Yeah.
They
And
called
passed
their
out in
friend
the street.
first.
Somebody passed out in the street, I think. And
Okay,
ran
so
out
yeah.
and passed out. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
And then somebody else picked up the phone. That's why they said multiple people were on the 911 call. Because
Right.
somebody, and then they said there's somebody unconscious, but that didn't mean somebody unconscious, you know.
See, I knew they
meant-
called. Okay, so I knew they called their friends over because they thought Ethan was passed out, which is why I thought that when he was stabbed, he was stabbed in the doorway right here, because this would make sense for him to come out of this doorway right here, you know, and be laying right here on the floor if he were to be stabbed here in the front, fall forward, and they would, you know.
So this young man who didn't look small to me was stabbed to death by another guy, and with barely any struggle. Like,
Well, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know. That's what led me to believe that he was laying here in the hallway. That I thought, because I thought they called their friends over because he was passed out on the floor and they couldn't get him up or whatever.
Yeah.
So I thought they called their friends over. When their friends came over and seen all the blood and everything that happened, they ran out the front door and basically passed out in the road.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, how would you not? That a lot of times, if you've never seen that much blood, that will happen.
Well, and blood has when you like the large ones, it has a specific smell.
Oh, it's very metallic-y. Very metallic-y.
And I have a question. Isn't a battle on the second floor? Okay, Beats in the corner said it was a battle on the second floor. Okay, so that means this guy is probably has blood all over him, basically.
Yeah, that's what I said when he left. How the hell did he not how the hell did people, nobody
Not
noticed
see
bloody?
Yeah, this guy literally probably had a lot of blood on him. So why isn't no one noticed that guy running around with blood on him?
Unless
how
he
did
ran
he
and jumped in his car?
Yeah, but
how
even
did he
so,
not have?
Change,
How did he
got
not
rid of
leave
it.
footprints, you guys? If they would have been able to follow his footprints out.
yeah, you're talking a pretty messy scene.
That's messy.
Maybe they did. Maybe they did, you know.
That
Yeah,
might be
okay.
part of
Kind
the
of
evidence. Yeah, that might be part of the evidence they have that they're not releasing. They might have a shoe size, or who knows?
Well, and the other thing you would have is if they were in a vehicle. I mean, think about it. You wouldn't be able to touch anything, and blood. It's sticky as it.
Yeah.
Did they ever
coagulates.
have dogs out there?
Yeah, they had canine dogs out there. I remember at the beginning, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, even if he gets in a car, that they would just probably go right to the area where the car was last parked and be like, okay, well, this is where he was before he jumped into his car. So, just a very weird situation. I've never heard of a situation like this, to be honest with you.
No, and could you imagine how horrible it is for the parents to be getting their kids' stuff back and it's probably got blood spattered all over it? And you know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's probably shit all over that.
Yeah, it's not. And then,
Oh, yeah.
Because they just cleaned out the house. So, and you know what I'm saying? And how awful would that be to, instead of having Christmas with your kids and your family, you're getting her bloody items out of a house that she was murdered in,
Yeah. Dark clothes would probably help, but lead's very sticky, so I would just imagine it messing up your entire car.
Well, and that's exactly it. You wouldn't be able. It would be on your steering wheel.
Yeah.
Even trying to steer would become an issue because of, like they said, it gets sticky. It's slippery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people don't know that, but it's very sticky. It's like
Well, it turns into a gelatinous paper surgery booties. But then I mean, you wouldn't even be able to put electrical tape on the bottom of your shoes, because then with that being all hardwood in there, that would have been slippery to get from one place to the next.
Yeah, but that would pretty much be like a huge planned event. And why would you if you're doing this huge planned event, why would you pick something so inefficient? Because
obviously it wasn't inefficient. It got 4 of them.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It just seems, I guess you're right. It was, unfortunately.
It was pretty damn efficient, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, all right, well, I got to hop so I can go run into town and grab supper. So we're having,
all right, Dave.
I will.
Good talk to your voices.
I'll be listening to you on the way into town. So
good to talk to you voices.
Thanks for having me this afternoon. I appreciate you guys.
Yes, thanks for coming up and hanging out and helping out while I go grab my kid.
Yeah, I mean, like, just seems very odd that, like, it just this is like a very unusual situation. I'm like, I
Yeah.
can't imagine the scenario actually occurring where this guy can literally kill 4 people and just somehow not mess up or something like, you know.
Yeah,
Or maybe the
there has
white car.
left something behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe
Something.
because the ring camera picked up this white car there, maybe that's what they have. Maybe that will, because they're real, but wouldn't that like give him like a chance to like I mean, he would probably get rid of it anyway,
Get rid of what?
right? To get rid of like the white Elantra. I mean, if like I don't
Well,
know.
it's registered to his name, so it's like
Yeah,
but white Elantras in it, they're not that rare, so it's like,
yeah, there's like they think they're looking through like 22,000 or something of them in this like tri-state area.
yeah. So I mean, like, good luck with that. I mean, it's not like the blue gremlin where like, like, like it's not. It's a common car, and plus, there's sometimes cars can be misidentified. So like, who knows? It is what it is. It's just not that easy. And technically, they're not a suspect. They're just basically a person who would like to be questioned by the cops to see if they saw anything or anything like that. To think that is a possible suspect is kind of jumping the gun, to be honest with you, because you just don't know. It could just be some guy who just was there at the time, just parked his car and left.
Yeah, random person. I mean, it could be. Just it's hard to tell with this.
All right, ready? I'm gonna pop it on.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Play it. All right. And I'm gonna turn it up so you can hear him explain.
Gonsalves, also 21, were apparently sleeping in the house and were attacked, according to the coroner. Zena and Ethan are presumed to have gotten home at around 1:45 a.m. and Kaylee and Madison arrived home at approximately 1:56 after being at the corner club, then the grub truck, and they got a ride home, and they got home at 1:56 and apparently were still awake at around 2:52 after Kaylee and Madison made numerous calls to Kaylee's ex-boyfriend from 2:26 until 2:52. So we know that they were still awake. There were also 2 other roommates that are presumed to be home at around 1 o'clock, and all law enforcement says is that they got up in the late morning. Early on, we heard that they heard noises and locked their doors. I think the roommates heard and perhaps even saw a lot more than we're being told at this point. A few days ago, I did a poll on which route inside the home people thought the most likely route was that the killer took inside the house, given 3 choices. The 3 choices were that the killer entered the sliding glass door, went to Zena and Ethan's room first, then up to Madison's room second, and then out the sliding glass door. The second one is that the killer went in. I don't know which order I had it in the video, but
That's the first video we watched where he did like number 1, number 2, number 3. You know what I mean? Where we got to pick which way we thought he came in. I think the only difference was like the first one, he came in the back door, went upstairs, came back down, got Xana and Ethan, then went out the back door, the sliding glass doors. Then the second one was he went in and got Xana and Ethan first, and then upstairs, and then back out the kitchen door. And then I think the third one was he went in, went upstairs, got Xana the 2 girls, and then came down and got Ethan and Xana and went out the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, I thought he went out the front door because it was like it just seemed to fit better, but I don't know. Like I said, I've been kind of going back and forth because it was almost like he went upstairs he came in the back door, went upstairs, got the girls, and then when he came back down, it looked like he had caught Ethan in the doorway, maybe wondering what the hell that noise was, or he came out to investigate what the noises were, and bam, he got him and then Xana and then left out the front door. That's kind of what I felt like,
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
And then I thought, well, if he had a car or he was parked somewhere, or, you know, his car was, and he came in the back, maybe he had a car parked on the road over, or, you know, maybe he took off running the opposite direction. I don't know. But like you guys said, but then I thought, what if he was staying close? What if he didn't get in a car and leave at all? What if he was staying really close? But they obviously have that car out for a reason. So,
I mean, like I understand what you're saying, Richard, but the only thing I would say is that this guy might have panicked. Maybe, like, who knows what you do? Because you got to think about it. You go into a house, you're planning on. Let's say he originally was just planning on those two girls. I don't think the guy. Like, I think the guy was just an X factor that wasn't expected to be in the house. I mean, am I right? Because that wasn't the normal routine. I heard from someone.
well, yeah, and they said Ethan like wasn't supposed to be there that night, I guess, and neither was Kaylee. She came and stayed, showed her new car, and
So you go into a house you just killed, you just had a struggle, you stabbed 4 people, you're tired, you have adrenaline running, you're worried about getting out of there, you hear 2 other people, you're trying to get out. So maybe, you know, there's a possibility you might try to just, you're not thinking clearly at that point, especially when you just had a struggle, adrenaline is running, you're kind of panicking.
Right.
So you might make a mistake where you go through the front door, or you might just not, you know, so it's not outrageous idea that you would go out the outdoor, because you're not going to be like a robot. Your brain is probably just full of adrenaline. You're probably just panicking, you know, unless you're like a trained killer, but no, even trained killers go through adrenaline probably.
well, yeah, and that's like, I don't know, it's very odd because we really don't know how it went down. But like with Cash Gernon, if they wouldn't have had that video, the family would have been blamed. Everybody else would have been blamed. But they had that video where the boy walked in, grabbed him out of his crib and took off. And then he even came back after he killed him. He came back and was standing over the other little boy in the crib or the bed. Like, we don't know how long he was in the house, or we don't know if he stood over the top of him or watched him sleep, or if we don't know, you know?
Or if he tried those, maybe he went downstairs and tried the locks and then left the closest door, because those doors were probably, I think most likely they were locked. I think. I mean,
that's probably what saved their lives. But I will say, Gray said that it's really surprising to him too that they didn't hear anything. But I'm thinking, even if they did, they might have thought this is a party house. They're upstairs getting it in, or fucking, you know, partying. Yeah. Who knows, you know?
Or they had like some people like sleep with their earbuds or like a fan, especially if you live in that environment, you know?
Right.
They could have like just had like something going, you know, and just didn't hear anything. I haven't heard stuff happening.
Someone says, McDonald says, who in the thumbnail for the video discussion, who is the masked male in the black with the white image?
I'm not sure. I don't know. It was on one of the news things.
Yeah, that looked like something with the door. I think that was the door camera or something like that.
Yeah, it was like a Ring camera or something. Yeah.
Let me see if I actually can pull it.
But I don't know whose face it is. I don't know if they ever did come out and say somebody's name that belongs to that face. You know what I mean? I don't know. All right, you ready?
Yeah. These are the 3 options. The killer goes through the sliding glass door, goes up to Madison's room first, kills Zaina and Ethan second, then goes out the first floor front door, because there's a witness out there that says that front door was open at 8:30 a.m. on the 13th. Now, does that mean that the killer exited the front door? We don't know. We have no idea what that means, but it does open the possibility of that happening. The other option was that the killer entered the sliding glass door into the kitchen, went upstairs in Madison's room and killed Madison and Kaylee, then went downstairs to Zaina and Ethan's room and killed both of them, and then exited back out that same sliding glass door in the kitchen. And that makes sense because that area of the house is more hidden from going out the front door. So if you went in through the back, upstairs, and then out, and then downstairs, and then out the back door, that makes the most sense. Okay, so here is the model. And I think I'm offering a perspective now that it makes it a lot easier.
All right, now this is where he usually like takes the roof off so you guys can watch him walk through, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, ready? I'm going to play it now. I just wanted to make sure you guys knew he was going to take the roof off and move it to where you guys can see what he's talking about with that little guy. And he's got the little camera on his head, you know, or like not a camera, sorry, a light.
For you to see what's going on here, right? I'm going to remove the third floor completely at this point and the ceiling of the second floor kitchen area so that you can see how the person may have came through the house and moved around. Okay, so you'll be able to see it. There's these little bounding boxes on the character, but you should still be able to watch it. All right, so here we go. Let me play it. So here comes the killer. I just have a generic character. He comes through the kitchen and then up the stairs. And then after going up the stairs, we can put the floor on up there. And now you notice now, once he made it up the stairs, I put the floor on the third floor, goes into Madison and Kaylee's room and kills both of them, then goes down the stairs. And now you'll be able to see him come down the stairs and then through to floor 2A, which goes over to Zena and
Okay, you see where he's at right there? The little guy in the hallway right there. That's where I thought they found. Now, see, this is just my understanding, and obviously I was wrong. Because I mean, I don't know if this is. I don't know. I just thought this was where Ethan was at, and I thought this was where he was laying when they thought he was passed out drunk and called their friend. I thought they just seen him like laying in the doorway right there, passed out drunk, and then was like, "Oh, let me call my friend and have them come over and check him."
Mm-hmm.
Because they did call their friends over. The girls did call a friend over.
Ethan's room. So this killer seemed to know exactly where they were going in this house. It goes back to floor 2B, which is a little drop down right there, and then exits through the kitchen, out the sliding glass door. Now I attached a light and a camera to the head of that character there, and that's the video that you'll be seeing here in a little bit. Something to notice also is that this bedroom of Zena and Ethan is absolutely directly above one of the surviving roommates, which is right here. This is the front door. Those are those steps that you just saw that go up to the second floor. And then another roommate lives in this room right here. Okay, now to get to that, once you enter this door, you take a left around that hallway there. And that leads you to another bedroom over there. This roommate here surely heard some noises directly above them. I mean, the footprint of this room and the one below are almost identical. And I would have a hard time believing that if there was a fight for someone's life, it sounds like Zena tried to defend herself. There would have had to been yelling and screaming, and perhaps that's.
Yeah, so I think that they probably thought it was, something going on or partying or whatever, even if they did hear something,
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
But there's a clear difference between partying and screaming for your life while you're being stabbed to death.
And I was gonna say, and it is sus that they were right there, but I mean, we don't know what they heard, but he did say it was with the way the blood was outside of the house, though. It had to have been really bad inside.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to. Yeah. Okay, so Jones says, I think Ethan
thought it was.
Oh, Johnson says, I think Ethan was found more in the doorway at the kitchen. That's what Johnson says.
They also called Ethan's brother. No shit. So here's the list that she sent. We'll read this real quick. So it says here, Kaylee and Maddie arrived home at 1:56 a.m. Xana and Ethan arrived home at 1:45 a.m. So they arrived home within 10 minutes of each other. Xana and Ethan got home first, and then Kaylee and Madison arrived home 10 minutes later. Kaylee and Maddie were last seen on the food truck footage at 1:40 a.m. Xana and Ethan were at Sigma Chi party until they went home. So they were there all night long. They never left. They never went anywhere else. That was where they were at the entire time.
Are there so there's windows in each of these bedrooms, right?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay. And the dog, they're not sure what happened with the dog. They're not sure if the dog was put somewhere outside, just locked away.
Well, the dog was in another room. They just don't know how the dog got in the other room.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they probably checked his collar for fingerprints and checked him. They said they checked him for evidence or any kind of, anything that.
And I'm sure they checked that the dog was like drugged or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it says, let's see here. Kaylee and Maddie were found third floor in Maddie's room. Ethan and Xana were on the second floor. Okay, here. A few had defensive wounds. Xana's, X confirmed by dad, which I don't know. Ellie thinks entry point is sliding glass doors on the second floor. Dog was found in the house, but not in the crime scene area. Okay, so this is the list she sent me. I'm just reading through it. Let's see here. K and M called Jack D, which is K's ex, 9 times. Last phone call was at 2:52 a.m. So they got home at 1:56, and the last call was at 2:52. So it had to have been after this that something happened. So they were home for an entire hour before, before they were. Okay, it says stalker ? They aren't sure. White car, they still aren't sure. So yeah, they are sure. They have a news thing about it,
Yeah.
Let's see here. All 4 stabbed to death with a large knife. And then it says Kay's father said the injuries don't match.
When he says the injuries don't match, what does he particularly mean? Do you know?
Well, I'm thinking maybe the knife, like the size of the wounds, could be different.
You mean like a different knife?
Well, I guess it could be a different knife. Well, I'm just thinking like he just didn't go, as.
Or does he mean like one was more.
One was brutally stabbed. The other one was like just, stabbed real quick. And I think one had worse wounds,
Oh, okay. Okay, sure what you mean. Yeah. So you're saying like one was more like directed towards with rage or something like that, or maybe, and the other wasn't as much.
Yes, and then he said Kaylee's wounds were significantly worse than Maddie's.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's what they said, right? Or was it Maddie's were worse than Kaylee's? One of them had. Now look, I'm getting confused with all these fucking names.
Yeah.
One of the girls, their wounds were significantly worse. The means of death doesn't match, which means one of the girls had deep stab wounds, and they said they weren't even stab wounds. They were like puncture. They weren't puncture wounds. They were like stab wounds, and then they were like cuts.
Yeah, like I think I read that article when on
Fox News said some stuff or whatever, and Kaylee's sister came out and immediately said, "We didn't give you permission to share any of that. We didn't tell you any of that. We don't even know what you're talking about."
Yeah. Which makes sense because it's like it's still an open investigation, and they might use that for when they're narrowing down suspects. It's just I mean, like, did they check the surveillance videos for like the days, like a few days, a couple? I mean, like, this is like
True Crime Dime said that there's cameras outside the front of the house anyway, so there's no way he would have been able to come out the front of the house, or they would have had him on camera.
So then he would have known that there was a camera there.
Right, which would make sense to use the back
door.
Yeah, yeah.
So basically, he cased out the place beforehand, knew the lay of the land, and the only unplanned situation was the guy.
That's what I said. I believe he'd partied there before. Like he's either a friend of a friend or a cousin or a family. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but partying once is not enough to memorize the entire layout of the house. That can't
no,
be.
I don't think he partied just one time. I think he's been there several times.
Yeah. He's got to be very familiar with this house to be able to know possibly know where a surveillance camera is, go through an area that doesn't have a surveillance camera, and then basically through the darkness, go through his house and find the rooms that he's supposed to go to. I mean, that takes you at least a couple of times going through this house. I mean, it's definitely I don't think it's just some random stranger or some, guy who may have stalked this, you know what I mean? Like this has to be someone who's has to been in this house before a couple of times, like you said. That's my thought. I mean, I could be wrong, and this is all speculation. This is just my thought, but I can't imagine otherwise. Night vision goggles. Yeah, but the thing is, I can't imagine you struggling with people with night vision goggles with the knife. That seemed a little weird. But I guess anything's possible. Dog was in a shelter, I thought. No dog was there. So if you are planning...
Packless, what's up, man?
How you doing, Packless? If you are planning, it would just take one time. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't have that type of memory. I know. I'm just going by myself. I wouldn't remember the layout of a house with just one time. I mean, I think it would take a couple to go through that house to get like a general idea of where you're going. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's a big ass camera that has night vision and swivels right in front. They took it the first day, which makes sense. The one of those dome ones, like in the stores, that follows you. Okay. Okay, what ones were? The dog was in the house, but she was in a room that none was in LA. Confirmed that they checked the dog for evidence. Yeah. I mean, maybe they just put the dog, maybe it's just like a normal routine. Maybe like the house puts the dog in its own room at night. I mean, who knows? I don't know. I like to sleep, silently. So dog, I wouldn't want a dog to jump on me while I'm sleeping. So who knows about that? It could be just the people in the house that done that. Had the dog with his own room to sleep in. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. Let me see. I think Ethan and Xana.
One more.
Oh, you go.
More time here for you. All right, so the killer comes through the sliding glass door and then up the U-shaped staircase right there. And then once at the top of the staircase, left is Kaylee's room. Now, he might have tried that door, looked in and saw that, oh, wow, they're not in there, and then went to Madison's room and found them in there. So he killed them. Then he exits Madison's room, goes down the U-shaped steps. Then once gets down to the, I think it's the 2B, goes on to floor 2A, takes a hard left, and then goes into Zaina's room, kills Zaina and Ethan, then exits that room. And as you see right here, takes a right, goes back to floor 2B, takes a right, and
then back
goes
out the sliding
into
doors.
the kitchen area and exits back through the sliding glass door.
If you shop on Amazon, you should use this tool. It's a browser extension.
Now, a video that has the light on the head of the individual, and it also has a camera on the head, so you get a perspective of
All right, this is where
being,
he does it really cool. with
looking
the
through the
headlight.
individual's eyes that is walking. In this case, I turned off all the lights in the house and made the only light the one that's on the head of this individual, almost like it's a flashlight, but I didn't really animate it where somebody's holding a flashlight and wiggling it around. It's more like a spotlight on this person's head. And before you go,
See, it
can you
cracks
make
me
sure
up.
you hit that like button, share, and subscribe? I'd really appreciate it. All right.
And make sure you guys
And
do
here
go
you go.
like it and share and subscribe and stuff to him, because he's really good at what he does, man. All right, here he describes it. And I feel like that's where the dog was at. So what you think?
I think it's pretty eerie, actually. Pretty eerie.
Yeah, I think so too, man. For real.
Yeah. Very amazing work. I mean, like, I don't know why he just has like 5,000 people watching it. That should have like a lot more. That should have like 100,000 people watching it, to be honest with you. Because that looks like something, I don't see anyone making that type of diagram before. And I think it's, I feel like it's something like probably a professional, like, the police would do or something like that. So, I mean, I think it's pretty good. It gives you a very good idea of the possibility of how the breakdown of the murder, how it occurred, without being too graphic. I mean, like, I appreciate that too. Like, he didn't, do anything too graphic. I think he kept it to, just explaining how it was done. Because the layout has probably confused a lot of people up to this point, including myself. But he's too good for YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say too good for YouTube. I think he's good for YouTube. It's just that unfortunately the standards for true crime, certain channels are just like, when you have Dolly and true crime, it's like pretty low when you got Dolly here. Gray is good, but man, he just rubs me the wrong way sometimes with his way or attitude. Well, you know what? I mean, like, listen, I like him. I found him nice, but if you rode him the wrong way, not a good idea. But yeah, let me see. I like the dog gates. Yeah, the kind of stuff he does is great. His lives are super boring, though. Well, you know what? That's the point of a true crime investigation. It's to get to the facts of the case, and the facts of the case is not, exciting or fun. It's just how it is. Especially if you want to keep it respectful, because most likely the family probably watched that video or will watch that video, and you don't want to put something out there that will make the family feel alienated or the pain they're going through worse. So it's best to keep it kind of boring and into the facts when it comes to these things, because if you do, you don't want the victim to be re-victimized by watching it. Yeah, nothing's against him, but something I love, wealth of information. I find his lives really interesting. Oh, about you. Yeah, I mean, his computer skills are really good. I mean, like, honestly, he's way better than most people. I'm surprised. You don't really see that in true crime, people with that type of computer skills. Even Icamel, it doesn't have that type. I don't think Icamel has that type of computer skills. And apparently, so he has a lot of familiarity with the computer. So, how many rooms does this house have? A few. Let me see. I guess that didn't really answer your question. I said a few. That doesn't help. Let me see. I'm trying to look at that. You got one, two, you got two. Trying to look at the diagram. The diagram's a little slow. Sorry about that. Small. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 6, but I'm not sure. I think, but yeah, 6. Yeah, you're right. 6 rooms. Thank you. I was counting. I was looking at the diagram and counting just in case. I think in okay, back down and ran across E and attacked him. It has 6 bedrooms. Yep, you're absolutely right. I checked just because Independent actually sent me the diagram. I was looking at the diagram just to confirm, because it's pretty well written down. And thank you, Independent Thinker, for sending me the diagram. Actually, it breaks it down pretty well. But I don't know. We'll see. Do you think Chris McDonough is going to crack the case? Who thinks Chris McDonough is going to crack this case? Probably not. But yeah, another thing is that the whole mask thing, I think I seen the TikTok that, I think that's just false information being spread on TikTok, to be honest with you. Because I was looking at the mask, they have the mask with a doorbell. I don't even think it says, I don't know if that's actually something to use. It says, posted about, I think it says, I posted about a male that feels is involved in this crime, and they misspell crime. Here's my comment a bit further down. I still feel he's involved. It's literally like this, it shows like a TikTok video from Facebook with a guy with the mask, but I don't know where it came. If it's posted on Josh's Facebook years ago. So it's I think it's just misinformation with that one. I don't know anything about that one. There's a lot of rumors and speculation going around, so you never know what the facts. It's best to actually look at the facts, like an article or from the police. If it's not from those two sources, I would probably just disregard that as rumor and conjecture and just avoid that. That's my personal belief. Pecan pie, the drone footage. Does anyone believe in the bullying rumors, or is that mostly? I never heard about the bullying rumors. That would be a big fat nope. Yeah, probably Morris might have started the mask guy, because that's the thing about these cases. It's it's so easy for information to be just spread around, and people just hear from one video and hear from another video, and suddenly it becomes fact when it was just made up by some random person. So I would probably not believe that unless the cops say something. Personally, that's my opinion. I think Jack did as a dog at the house when the girls went. I used to clean dorms and houses in College Town. I can say it's not uncommon for the locks on the doors. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about locks on the doors. I did not think about that. You would think they would lock their door, but maybe they just forgot to lock their doors, or maybe there wasn't any locks. From what I've seen, I heard the ladder in Murano, probably a no-go, not 100% confirmed yet, to walk in and out and leave nothing behind. This has to be planned. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of aiming at. But even the best plans, you still screw up. So hopefully the guy screwed up and there's evidence left behind, because, there's no such thing as a perfect crime. People always mess up all the time. So That's how it is. I check for updates every morning when I wake up. I'm obsessed. I can imagine that, Jones, and you are on top of these things. I don't know how many hours a day, like hours a days, do you like basically run around? Because you're doing clips of the tragedy PIMS, and then you're also doing investigations. So you're very busy, Jones. Hi, Ringo. Well, if they had the combo locks, don't they lock automatically when the door is shut? I have no clue, Packless. If you can actually tell me like the article where you got that information from, that would be appreciated. They all had locks, especially in the surrounding houses. Merry Christmas. Do you have the beard decorated? All right. Well, stop making fun of Bringo's beard. I think their locks are coded locks. That would be interesting.
Yep. Well, hello there, Ellie. What's up?
Hey
How you
there.
doing, Ellie?
Hey, Ringo. What's happening, man?
Hi, Ringo.
Yeah, the doors definitely had locks. I was going to tell you for sure. Each one had like a combo lock on it.
Well, didn't one of their dads come up and fix the locks?
Yeah, Dana's like a week before.
Now, I'm not that smart. So when you say combo, is this like electric combo, like basically no
Yeah.
codes? So there was like these were coded locked doors. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? And where did you get that
Exactly.
information from?
It's like all over. It's like knowledge because they.
Was it like
They-
released in an article or the police said something? Oh,
And
okay.
I think they even maybe I don't know, maybe also they talked about it as well because they went and fixed it, the dad, a week ago. Yeah,
And
I think everybody knows that they're like it's. I feel like maybe Brian Enton talked about it.
Okay.
I've
So
just heard
do
it's
they
like around the streets, and it's not like a.
and do
like a
they like
rumor.
lock automatically when you close them?
I know. That's what I was thinking. I don't know. I mean, I had one of those like in one building, and I had to put in a code, and I would have to lock it from the inside.
Okay, so maybe
It
like
didn't automatic. Depends, though. Some do lock automatically.
what type of locks are they? Like, do you know like the brand?
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, look. So, here's my thing. It's hard to discuss this case and it's hard to give answers because there are none. And I would say don't trust news articles. I would literally say just trust what law enforcement says.
True. I mean, like there's
Like the guy in the mask and
Yeah, I
the
heard
3 or
that.
4 guys
Yeah.
caught on camera.
Yeah, that's all
Those little
bullshit, I
people,
think.
it's like those little heads that are in the light that they see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot. And until police confirm it, and I know police do a shitty job sometimes, but I don't know. We got to see. We got to give them the benefit of the doubt because if we keep on about these rumors, just like Brooke brought up, and it's not attacking Brooke, I understand what she's saying. Do you believe that the bullying situation, that is something that was brought up about Kaylee and Maddie supposedly bullying a girl until that girl committed suicide? And see, people will get that mixed up and say, okay, well, maybe that's why they were murdered. Could be. We don't know. We don't even know if the bullying actually happened. So we just I mean, it's hard because we're all trying to figure it out.
See, I did hear that, but I didn't know if that. I mean, I just kind of let that go in one ear and out the other because I wasn't sure. You never
Me
really know.
too. I just wasn't sure. But I can see why people would say, hey, do you think this could have something to do with it? Because the police are given so little.
I mean, the police they don't really try to give out any information because the whole situation is that they don't want people to fuck up the case.
Right. And that's why I try to make sure if I'm saying something along the lines of my thoughts, I put in my opinion. If it's not 100% confirmed, I don't fucking it's just lingering there. I
Yeah, it's
don't
speculation. I mean,
Yeah,
like
it just hangs out in my brain and I don't really mess with it until it's confirmed or not.
Yeah,
I don't
especially with
know.
this case, there's like
No.
a major void, so it's being filled.
Girl, this is crazy. This is insane.
It really is.
And I do feel like they should have caught somebody by now. I don't
Right.
understand why it's taken this long.
Like a
But
whole
I'm
month.
trying to
Yeah.
keep my hope in them. But after a few months now, it's gonna get
Yeah.
to where, hey, we need it, they need answers. We need to get this person or people off the streets. Like, you need to do what you got to do, and I think a reward would help that. But they think it'll mess it up, so it's kind of like, well, what do you do?
Yeah. I think they said once like they might put a reward if like the tips kind of start to dry out, but they still have so many tips, I guess. So they don't want to like muddy it with like a big influx of tips, which will happen if like they put a reward. That's what
Right.
I heard. Yeah,
And
which makes sense.
another thought in my mind, and this is just my speculating,
Yeah.
is like, why are they so hung up on this car? I understand it was in the area, but did they, you know what I'm saying? Just because it's in the
Yeah.
area, that's not enough of a reason,
Maybe it
right?
was caught on like a Ring camera, like parts. That's the only
In
thing I
the
could think
like
of.
right there at the house.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of because why are they all of a sudden chasing it like to this gas station and to this place? You know,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the only thing I could think of, but I don't know. Yeah, of course, who
I
knows?
also
You know?
I also wonder if the reason they're putting this car out there like that, saying that they think they may have vital information to do with the case. I almost wonder if they're trying to give this person time to be like, all right, I need to contact them. That was me in that area, you know. And if they don't, which they haven't so far, that makes it seem like it is nefarious. Like it does have something to do with the murder for sure.
Yeah, it's not just somebody that could help them with
Right.
it's like, yeah, it's becoming more like if they once they're not coming forward, you know.
Now, I mean, the glass door, was that, what type of lock did that have? The back glass
Oh,
door.
well, that's what we were talking about. You know, a lot of like sliding glass doors don't
It's a
have the
little
best
twist lock,
locks.
right?
The twist lock on mine, like
Mhm.
like so many people's break, and then they have that pole that you put in there also, you
Yeah.
know. But if you have a dog, I feel like it's easy to leave that open, you know, or I don't know. I don't
I
maybe
think
there's some kind of code on there too. If it's a college house and everything's coded, I don't know. Nah, it would just be the front door, probably in the individual rooms. So it's easier to change locks every year. That's what somebody was saying. I don't even know where it came from too. Like you were saying, like where is all this information coming from?
Well, I know the
yeah,
lock
no,
came
it's coming
from.
from everywhere.
I know
Everywhere.
the lock information came from Inside Edition. I watched that
Oh,
just now.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and see, I don't believe a thing they say. I like them, and I like Brian Enton, but
Yeah.
y'all are for dramatic effect and
Well,
not just
welcome.
facts.
Nancy
So,
Grace. Yeah, I
yes,
mean
Nancy Grace.
I don't like Nancy Grace, but yeah, I
Now,
get it.
if Joseph Scott Morgan solves it and says this or says this happened at this time, I would believe that. But there's very few people I would believe that from.
Well,
You
I'm
got
not
to
gonna.
have like some kind of a background that shows you're not a shisty person. And 9 times out of 10, all these media outlets have shisty backgrounds.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Well, hopefully, like the behavioral part of the FBI that are working this case, hopefully they're like, you know, Joseph Scott Morgan's. You know what I mean?
Oh my
In their
God,
own
I
right.
love him. I love him.
Yeah, I know. He's just such like a voice of reason and just like the way that he
He's
presents things.
humble. He's
Yeah.
down to earth.
So you don't think you know, Dolly or any of those guys could
Get
solve
the
this
fuck
case?
out of here.
You think you don't think they're in like an underground in the RV, the assault mobile with Molly and the rest, and they're just gonna drive down to Idaho and solve this
Bring his
case?
magnets.
Did
Yeah.
you see the video I posted of, I think her name is Mamita?
Yeah, I
And
did.
yeah, I thought that was a good phone call. And I'm
Yeah,
going to give
she's
credit where it's due. Dolly carried on a civil conversation with her. And I appreciated that part, but it's still the lack of accountability, my dude.
well. I
Like,
mean, he's like, well, I tag everyone. I
no,
just
get the
tag
fuck out
everyone.
of here. And he says it could be the same one for 15 days. That's the problem, my guy. Like, you are responsible as a creator with a big following like you have, or semi big. You are responsible as a creator to switch your hashtags and shit out if need
Yeah,
be.
it's not
Queen
that
does it
hard.
on every single live.
He does it for a reason, though. You
Well,
know,
he
yeah.
does it because he wants to just get everyone
The
into the video.
clicks.
Yeah.
The clicks,
Yeah.
yeah.
For all the people watching all these cases are going to come, you know, he thinks that they'll see him more.
And now, what's
you know.
this whole situation with the blood? Like, I'm a little confused. Were there pictures being shown of the like? by these
Yes,
newspapers?
yes, there were. Yes, there were. Dolly has it. Dolly has the picture. I think
How
it
did
was
he?
only. I think
How
it
did
was
Is that
only
the
one
Olivia's
picture.
picture
How did
Yes,
they get
of
the
the
pictures?
kitchen? From
yes.
Olivia, she like somehow got like
She
either
zoomed in with that
in
damn
from a
camera.
tree. No, I'm just kidding. Not from
Yeah,
a tree.
she
But
did.
she
She
zoomed in.
in.
Yeah.
Why
And
is
got
she
pictures in the
not?
kitchen.
Why is she not being like called up by the police, being like, "Yo, what are you doing?"
Well, because as soon as it was spoken about, it was gone. It was done.
Oh,
It was removed.
she took it
It
down.
yeah, as
wow.
soon as Dolly spoke on it, like it was done. It was gone.
And
So the
they
only
thought
way
it was a good idea to do that.
I guess so. And that woman was saying, "Hey, I appreciate you for not showing it. I appreciate them for not showing it either. But you're still fucking sitting here describing every drop of blood in the kitchen.
Jesus.
It's not necessary. You're still doing it without showing the picture. So just shut the fuck up."
Now, do we
I'm sorry.
know? Like,
I'm sorry.
I mean, these people, I don't put anything past them. They could be like editing these things for dramatic effect. So,
Bullhorn sent it to Dolly, and it was supposedly Olivia's photo, a private photo.
See,
Supposedly.
Olivia might learn that they keep screwing her over.
yeah,
You
Olivia, if
see?
you're watching this, I've told you this before. These
Step
people are
away.
going to fuck you over, and they do that all the time. So, Olivia, stop with these people. Go live, do the van life fucking vlog. You'll make millions of dollars.
She would. She would.
I'm not even being condescending. I mean, you would. You really would. You just do the van life thing, go to California, complain about how much the rent is too much, and then you just drive around with your van and then be sponsored and pretend that you actually use the sponsored stuff in the van life to basically trick everyone that can't afford a house to live in their vans. You know, so the rich people can continue to keep their houses to $15 to $20 million, and all the working hard class people have to live in vans and tents in California. You know, placate the poor people with your van life videos. I know I got a little social commentary there a little bit, but
California, I live here.
And you know what? Look, I don't even know if it came. I don't even know. I thought, from what I understood, Olivia posted it for a second, or maybe Bullhorn posted it for a second. But it was immediately removed and sent via text to Dolly. You see what, or email, whatever.
From
It was
somebody.
sent to Dolly from
one of his
Bullhorn.
Oh, from
why the
Bullhorn.
fuck? Like, yeah, I mean, like, honestly,
Because
like,
he said in there, that's who he said, yeah, I'm gonna ask him about it. Yeah, Bullhorn's the one that gave it to me. I'm gonna ask her about it. That's what he said. So
yeah, what a foolish woman this Olivia is. Like, you're doing all the work. You're literally like the fucking assistant to Betty, and it's like, what is wrong with you? Like, no, no. I heard myself echo. I was like, oh, that was loud. I was
sorry.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, who was that? And I was like,
I'm so sorry.
But
Sorry.
yeah,
That was my bad.
Yeah,
I had
no
a phone
problem.
call coming.
No problem. But yeah, like, that woman should stop. Like, just move on to something else. They're talented hacks. That's why they're just like, they do this, low effort work where they just put on the tags and they let their audience do their talking. I mean, the weirdest thing is that paper cut. Tina keeps on like defending
Joan said
him.
paper mache. She was like paper cut, paper mache.
Paper cut, paper clip, paper mache, whatever. Oh, she's obsessed. She's obsessed.
Oh my god, she's in love. I think she just kind of like, you could see she gets like doting eyes for him a little.
Yeah, it's the usual. She'll be turned on eventually, and then she'll be in this chat, I'm sure, or she'll disappear. She'll be like a queen bee. Like, I feel like that's probably could be the next step of her. That's could be the next step
Of who?
of that paper cut girl.
Paper cut.
Yeah, she'll either be like leave the internet or join one of like the channels that talk shit about Dolly once
Well,
you
I
turn to her.
honestly hope that she gets herself out of the situation and she reevaluates herself because she's got a lot of talent and she's not dumb by any means. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes
Paper cut?
she makes
Yeah.
dumb decisions, but it doesn't mean she's dumb.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think she could make it. She could make it for sure. Way bigger than any of them. It's almost like being in that circle is
Bring her down to a different
putting her
level, right?
down. Yeah, it's keeping
Yeah.
her under. When if she would
Yup.
escape that, she would fucking flourish, man.
She's so
yeah.
young. I believe that. I mean, she's gonna
I
like
mean,
wake
look
up.
at
I feel like.
the lady, the what is it? The other true crime lady that has like over like 300,000 subs. What is that? Annie? You guys call her
Oh,
Annie
10 to
Banana.
life.
Yeah, but
Who?
like
Annie 10 to life.
10 to life.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
You know,
can't. I
we call her
can't.
Annie
I
Banana.
can't.
yeah, Annie Banana. Like Annie
She's just too
Banana.
boring.
Yeah,
She's
but
just
I'm
too
saying,
boring.
Boring.
yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
saying like Olivia could be an Annie Banana.
Yeah.
Yeah, or a
Yeah.
Bailey Sarian, or a Stephanie Harlow, or a Kendall
Stephanie
Ray.
Harlow.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, she could do any of that. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying they're all great people. They've got their own skeletons. But
Yeah.
I'd rather have my own
Yeah, I
skeletons
think
than the
Olivia could do
skeletons of
good.
5 other fucking
And be
people.
attached to those kind of skeletons because it's just like,
Like,
yeah.
like, why would you want to hang out with the Hills Have Eyes group? You know what I mean? Like, move on. Like when you look at the group and you look at her, it's like these people are not in the same same group. Like, it's
No,
like
no.
I mean, with JLR at the top, I mean, somebody, you were saying he's like the mafia boss of it. I
Yeah,
mean,
he's the
that's kind of,
boss.
that's
You mean
scary that,
you mean the
that he's
alien?
running the show. Yeah.
Ooh, what's this?
It's drone footage of the house that
Oh,
I
I
guess
love this footage. It's so good.
is this. See, I've never seen it. All right, I'm gonna turn. I'm
Queen,
gonna.
it is so good. And it's muted the whole time, so I mean you can still talk while it goes. It's really good footage.
Home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
So they just go over the house then to go see
Yeah.
like.
I think this was like the day after they were found.
Yeah. Yeah, this is right
And
away. I
so
remember this.
they made this footage to show people kind of how the layout of the house was all the way around instead of just from photos. So this was at the very beginning. The very beginning. It helped me understand the house from the outside. That's how I figured out Ethan and Xana's room was where that blood
Yeah, the
was
house was really
dripping.
confusing at the beginning. I think that's why Gray did what he did to make it
Yes, I'm
more.
thankful he did what he did. It's great.
Yeah. Because even on Zillow it was confusing too.
Yeah,
Couldn't
it
look at
helped.
them, like, yeah.
See this footage right here? It's great, but now Gray's footage is way more detailed than this, you know. But this was great at the beginning when you had absolutely no idea how this house worked.
Yeah. Yeah, this was like the second day when they
Mhm.
they were still there.
Yeah, they sit there on them for a minute, but it's just
I mean,
showing them.
yeah, I remember
I
this.
fast forward when I showed it.
Everyone's like, what are they doing? Like collecting evidence, right?
Yeah, they're getting ready.
Yeah.
Now, do you,
BTM.
like who
Okay.
did? Yeah, I'm just I keep quiet. I talk too much, so I try to keep quiet.
No, I was making sure you were still here.
Who did this drone footage?
I have no idea. I found it on Twitter.
No, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm like a little iffy on this. Like, did the cops allow this, or were we watching
It
something?
seems like it because they know he's there the whole time. So it could
Okay.
be a law enforcement officer that did it.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause
know, but they know he's there.
Yeah, because I always get iffy with these drone footages because unless like they're allowed, I mean, like it could, you know what I mean? I always get very iffy with it.
Well, the fact that they seem to not be paying much attention to it
Yeah.
is
I,
what led me to think it was known, because
yeah.
if it's not, you're going to be looking at it like, what the fuck, who is flying that?
Yeah.
That's not allowed right here. But instead they're just totally ignoring it, and he gets pretty close.
Yeah.
Maybe it was them. Maybe it was even the Moscow police, or like
Yeah, that's what it could be. I
University of
don't know.
Idaho or somebody, like,
Yeah.
because why would they let them like just fly drones
Look.
around there?
Boy, they're like really focusing on these two people. Like, okay, guys.
Yeah,
we get
they
it.
did for a minute.
I
Yeah.
was like,
Look how
okay.
close they get, though, BTM.
It's like, okay, I don't think people care.
No, I didn't. I had to fast forward through it. It took forever, especially with my slow ass internet.
Like, well, do you think it was that person was like, oh, nah, she looks good looking? And she's like, that was
No.
that was a joke.
Oh my God.
He was like looking for a date or something. Like, I don't know. Why would you put like almost 5 minutes staring at two women? I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe a bad joke. Bad joke. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that very top left room is Maddie's. And the middle right room is Zayna and Ethan's. From the front.
Yeah, that's like the extension, right? That was put on. Like it was only 2 floors,
I feel
right?
like it was. I
The
feel
third
like
floor
it was
was put
almost like
on.
a trailer.
Okay, mister, we get it. No one cares about the car. Can you go to the house? The house, okay? I get it. I get it. Thank you, mister. I know, Queen, I'm just talking. Holy crap. We just spent like almost like a minute staring at these women. Like, oh, now we're back to the women. We're back to the women.
Voices thinks it's from law enforcement.
Yeah, but I get it, but the women don't need drone footage of them. I mean,
No, I know.
I highly
Yeah.
doubt the
I mean, there's not much else to see,
Well, look at it this way. This kind of shit doesn't happen there.
Yeah.
So they might be trying to get like all kinds of documentation that they can.
Yeah. Oh,
Watching
definitely.
the crime scene techs prep up, get their stuff together. I mean, that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah. Could see like the next door
Mm-hmm.
neighbors' houses.
Yeah.
Because look, now he started all the way back there and comes in. And then he'll go to the side. The side was the part that helped me understand the layout.
Yeah.
Someone suggested B10. Maybe they were bagging tomatoes as evidence. It could be. I might be on a call from LE. I don't know. I might be in trouble.
Devil lettuce. What do you call it? The devil's lettuce?
No, that's marijuana. The devil's lettuce.
BTM's such a prude.
Just saying, guys. Oh, why are we still staring at these women? Get to the house, or at least the backyard, or the neighbor's house. We not like really something like holy crap. Can we look at the glass with like the back door? Next time, I'm sure they will call BTM to do a better drone footage. Listen, if I got control of that drone footage, there wouldn't be a drone. That drone would be gone. Crashed into the. For real, that drone just.
It'd be in the road, crashed.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie to you people. I don't know how to control any drones.
Might take a few noggins out on the way down.
Yeah, I'll be like in the lawsuit, like when someone gets hit by a drone accidentally.
Pecan, I know the ladder. As far as I'm aware, they haven't said anything specific about it. Like it's not of concern.
BTM Queen Bee has email of the fake blood on the cabinet and the original with no blood. I guess that's interesting.
What?
Someone says BTM. It says True Crime Dime. It says BTM Queen Bee has email of the fake blood on the cabinet and the original with no blood.
What fake blood on the cabinet?
Yeah, I
Who
don't
would
know.
go in and put fake blood on the cabinets?
Maybe
That's
Olivia
my question.
photoshopped her picture after Photoshop.
Yeah, maybe that's why I was like. That's why
Is
I
that
was
what
like,
you're saying, True Crime?
No.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what she's thinking. Because it's like when I heard Olivia found this footage, I'm like, is it really the footage, or is she think did some editing to lie, like our favorite fake YouTuber Joseph Morris? I don't trust anything that comes out of
Oh,
fake
hell no.
YouTubers. You know what I mean? So
I know I'm disappointed in Olivia for.
She just emailed it. She said it's photoshopped.
Oh,
yeah,
really? We should look at that. So it's the picture that Dolly's probably
Oh,
one of them
interesting.
at least.
yeah, that's why I'm very iffy, because like I'm always iffy when someone says they got like
Yes, why
imaging.
would there be blood on the kitchen cabinets? I don't know. Unless
Yeah,
it
but
did
we would
happen.
be looking
We
at
don't
it.
know. Yeah.
We would be looking at it from the view of not believing it.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
well,
no, I know. Yeah, but I'm like in general, why? Like, I feel like it all happened in their bedrooms, unless there's like
I
the
agree.
maybe
yeah.
look at it in private and then just not put it on
Yeah.
the screen and then discuss it in private. Putting it on like a live stream is like
Yeah, no,
that's
I
not a
wouldn't put
smart
it
idea.
on.
Oh, she said not Olivia Daily Mail, which they're kind of like a little bit,
Yeah, I don't trust them either.
Daily
Yeah.
Mail is like a fucking rag newspaper. I mean,
And I
let's be
don't
real.
trust anything from the UK. Y'all ain't here? The fuck?
What?
I don't trust anything from the
I
UK. Y'all not
know.
even over here.
I know, right? Yeah.
How dare you say something about our great UK audience? How dare you? There's people in the
Hey,
UK
it
that
ain't
watch
nothing
us.
about the great UK audience.
Yeah, exactly, guys. I'm defending you guys from this
Whatever.
southern hostility towards the UK audience. Unbelievable.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Not the UK audience. The UK broadcasters.
Oh, okay.
How are they doing any kind of investigating?
Listen, I mean, we can't really
Are they
talk.
flying here
I
and
mean,
investigating?
we got Nancy Gray and fucking Don Lemon. I mean, we can't really talk shit. We really
True.
can't. We can't really
No,
talk
but
shit at
that's
this
what I'm
point.
saying. At least they're here. You know what I'm saying? The UK's not even the same damn country. Why? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm gonna. I don't
Different
trust any
laws.
news source, but I'd trust our side quicker. Look, see, there's the blood going down on the
Wow.
outside.
Oh, wait.
That's
That's
crazy to me.
Ethan and Zana's room.
I mean, that's what Gray showed, like that the only place for the bed would be pushed right against that wall. And
Yeah.
so that makes sense then. I mean,
Mhm.
and that's where they put on, like, is that where they did the attachment too? No. I don't know where the attachment is. I think the whole back part is the attachment.
Captain
Like
Napkin.
the top part.
Yeah. Captain Napkin says hashtag Southern hostility. Agreed.
I'm just saying, man. Like, what the hell? Totally different country. Totally different country. Just like I wouldn't expect them to believe our news source over theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Look, the woods. It's where Joneson lives.
Whatever. Hater. You're such a little bitch today, BTM. A prudy little bitch today. All right, so that's Kaylee's room.
Yeah. And maybe Maddie took it over. They said because Kaylee moved out and it's like the better room. With like the porch, the balcony stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
because like in the basement, supposedly we're freshmen that had the
What is
the 2
that?
rooms that survived. I don't know.
why do they
It's
not
like
play
check mark.
close? Why?
Girl, I
She
done
said
had to
she-
lose it
There's
on this
the
photo,
one with the
Queen.
check mark. There's the one with the green check mark, and then the one that she said was not right is this one, and it's got the red little X on it.
Oh wait, go.
Hold on,
go
I
back to
don't
the
see
room.
nothing though. Okay, go back.
The correct one. Gwent Philly. And this is the one that's not right.
I don't understand. What's the difference other than the
I'm sure
lighting? Hold on, dude. Yeah, I seen on Reddit, they were trying to say, "Oh my God, is that an apparition in the window?" And it was the fucking crime tech.
I thought that was Cher for a moment. I was like, is that Cher?
You're full of shit.
What about all the 4chan stuff, Jones? And do you know anything about that?
I
About the,
do, and I haven't really spoke on it because I mean it's all
allegedly,
speculation. But
but
the whole frat thing.
Did Einen Harsh start a fucking YouTube?
Oh no.
Oh yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Is that the neighbor?
Einen Harsh. Yes, and this is the neighbor, and this was 2 days ago. 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
Oh my God.
This is another local chef shit is what it says, I guess.
Wait, whoa.
I may be ignorant, but what would you call his ethnicity?
Some
I
short,
don't
I don't know.
Why would he start a YouTube channel about flame dancing with the?
I don't know. I don't even know. Is this his, right?
Well, there's a guy that looks just like him that was constantly on Kaylee's Instagram that's no longer there anymore.
Is this him?
Let's watch. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, like, it's got a lot of views for someone only 80 fucking subscribers. So I'm
just
guessing.
like him.
It does look just like it, Queen.
Looks just like him, don't it?
That is him.
Why is he like?
That looks just like him.
He just did that interview with Joseph Morris, and now he's like, yeah, I'm the man.
I mean, does he want to be famous for his cooking? I mean, oh wait, that's the wrong person. My bad. my apologies. I got it mixed up.
Petty Tim.
I guess he wants to be famous for his flame dancing.
Oh, look, now he's cooking.
Look at that knife.
Jesus.
When was this posted?
That's a big fucking.
that is a big knife. Oh my God.
Y'all,
wait. When was this posted, Queen?
2 days ago.
This was posted. Why would he do this?
Yeah, why would you post? That's crazy.
Y'all, I'm telling you, she had somebody that was constantly messing with her. And he was Arabian, I guess is what you would consider his, I don't know, Indian American.
Like,
I don't know.
does this guy have like any like thought process? Like, maybe I shouldn't cut stuff with a giant knife. With
Well, I mean, at least he's got good technique. That was good cutting.
Yeah, that's better than me.
Me too. I slice and dice, man. I don't know. Different directions and shit.
That's like too fast. I'm afraid I'm gonna take a finger off.
Is this guy like trying to like just like kind of like trick people?
Well, that's not him. This guy right here isn't him.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just he just put this.
I don't know.
His
It's
page.
just on his channel, but I don't think.
I'm so confused. I'm gonna go look for that guy on her Instagram.
This guy needs to wear less baggy clothes. I feel like that's dangerous. I feel like he's gonna light on fire. This is just getting weird. Like, what the fuck?
Is that him though? I want to know that. Is that him? Do you guys think that's him?
Let me see. Einen Harsh.
What's the name?
I-N.
Yes, that's him.
That's definitely his name.
Yeah, that's the interview dude's name.
Yes, everybody's saying that
The
that's him.
He's the one that actually thought he heard something.
MDMA.
Right.
Oh, hey, Voices. What's up, girl? What's up?
Girl, that's him. That's him.
Is
I just went back and compared his background to the interview he just did with Lauren on Hidden True Crime. That's him.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
no shit. Okay, so
That's him. That's him.
No.
Yes. That's why I came up here, was to tell you that that's the same guy that did the interview with Lauren at Hidden True Crime. That's the same guy that did the Joseph Scott Morgan interview.
Wait a minute. So what True Crime Time says, he wrote a 10-page crazy-ass dissertation on why he shouldn't be a suspect. Like, what?
What? This guy?
Please send me this. Please.
That must be like a Reddit
Where
or a
is it?
4chan thing.
No.
God,
I
is this
thought
like a
he just like
Unabomber
was the guy.
dissertation?
I thought he was the guy that they talked about at the beginning, and he's like, "Oh, I might have heard something. Oh yeah, I think it was a scream."
He
That was
is, right?
that right. That's all. That's everything about this guy. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, and then
This
Joseph
is the guy.
Morris
And then
came out
that
with
Joseph
his shit,
Moore
and he was like, "Oh,
embellished. Yeah.
maybe I did see and hear
This
something."
is the guy that says that he heard the scream, but then walked it back. But then I still haven't
Walked it
finished the
forward.
whole interview with Lauren to find out what he says in that interview, because it's like a 40-minute interview with Lauren.
Yeah, I didn't watch it all either.
I haven't made
It
it through it
wasn't
all
much.
yet.
Whatever the whole thing about him is that at the
Oh
beginning
my
of the
God.
thing, he really
Be-
didn't. He was
Oh
like,
my,
"Oh, it's a party sound," and then he was like, "Oh, it could have been a scream."
oh my
Yeah, he
God.
didn't fucking
Right.
know.
Oh
He
my
was trying to
God.
get some
No.
attention.
Yeah,
What,
that's it in one
BPM?
sentence.
He did
What?
write a 10-page dissertation. It
Oh,
says, I'm looking at it on Reddit. It says,
when did he write it?
He wrote it 5 days ago.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
can we see?
It's huge. It's like literally like 10
Oh,
pages.
it's on Reddit. It's on
Yeah,
Reddit.
it's on Reddit.
Now, I check Reddit every single day, and I have not
Here.
seen that. I have not
Reddit
seen
gets
that.
freaking
Here, I'll
crazy.
toss it in the back chat. You can look at it. Holy shit.
Let me go look.
Let me see. Hello, my name is Annan Harsh, or Chief Dizzy. It's been a wild few days, and it seems there's a lot of news, misinformation, conspiracies, and a lot going on about my existence right now. I'm sure many of you are curious about who I am and how I got here. I haven't had a very average life, and I'm sure a lot of my belief styles, life, and I'm sure a lot of people, my belief styles, lifestyles, and actions that have many will judge and consider immoral. Let me read this quietly. Maybe I'm reading the wrong guy.
I gotta go check Insta. Look, I just looked at that, and it didn't pull up the thing for me. I wonder if it's because I'm on my phone. Let me go check her Insta.
I'm on my
'cause,
phone too, and it just went to Reddit and it didn't pull up that.
like the comment section, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be too long of a document.
And
Damn.
Tim, to answer your other question, why the drone would have been hovering like that, it's most likely law enforcement, because when they're doing a big investigation like that, they want to get as much of the documentation of the evidence collection process as possible, should it be called into court or questioned.
Okay, no problem.
But that's why they would have been hanging out and watching them.
Yeah, this is a dissertation that's by Annan Harsh. Okay, so this is him, but he's like talking about his life, about meditating and listening to music, and then he gets into the his time getting robbed, and let me see. Then he eventually talks about the situation next door, but I guess wow.
Call out here a lefty lunatic.
What the hell is wrong with this man? Bro, what are you doing?
Right?
Okay, it says, on the night of the murder, I'm sure there were some discrepancies. First, I got home a little late because I was talking to one of my coworkers after work. When I went home, it was pretty normal. I made some tea and did some drills, and I think I played a game of LOL. Or I don't know what LOL is. I went to bed and heard nothing out of the ordinary. And when the cop knocked on my door next day, asked if I heard anything, I was like, no, nothing unusual. I didn't know there was a murder. So small detail. He said, I think it details like faint scream in the distance. One of my neighbors is getting home, closing their car door, closing their front door, etc. were not on my mind. I noticed I was quoted as heard a screaming. This is not true. I heard a scream, a faint and party-like to my half-asleep eyes. To be clear, there's probably at least 5 screams every Saturday. Even on the dead nights, you'll probably hear at least someone making loud sounds at some point. Small details, but in this situation, I think screaming and scream is a very different and small detail matter like this, with all the internet sleuths and conspirators around. Some of you are wondering what sticks juggling is, and I love to share. I'm at a point in my practice where I will start offering services, fire shows, and lessons. I'm going to start a free YouTube channel on learning fundamentals along with cooking show if you're like to see more. Oh my fucking God. Are you fucking serious? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is like League
What
of
is your
Legends.
problem, B Tim?
Like, why is it that everyone connected with a murder wants to start a cooking channel now? Like, holy
I
shit.
can't answer that, B. Tim. Can't answer it. Wondering
Okay.
the same question.
And then it says, fundamental, I love and I stay tuned. I actively avoid social media, but I have a public IG staff junkie that haven't updated in years because I'm lazy. And when it comes to video uploading and editing, but I will work to add some more recent video of what I've been doing in triples. I mostly work today 4 right now. And with that, we can begin the AMA, sorry. P.S. I apologize. Apologize. I don't know. He misspelled things for the rough editing on the second half. I've been writing this up for several hours, and we'll try to edit, update some letters. I only read towards the end. Like, let me see if there's more about the murder instead of his whole life story. Yeah, he basically talks about 90% about his life story and how he's not the murderer because of his life story. And the last paragraph is about the night of the murder. So if you really want to go through the man's life story, which I don't know if anyone wants to, it's a lot.
Felony Melanie, I was thinking on the same mindset. I was thinking everybody's now the new Gordon Ramsay. You said Paula Dean.
Yeah. Do you want me to drop in the chat the whole AMA, the Queen, or what? I mean, if you think I'm lying, I'll just drop it in the chat. I don't care. Here, you guys can read it yourself. I don't know if people want me to read like 10 pages about this guy's yoga career and other things, but apparently he wrote it, and that's a little weird. A little weird.
Yeah, that's very weird. But yeah, if you want to share it, it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to read the whole thing? Or
No.
do you...
On here was like 4 hours and almost 4 hours and 15 minutes. I got to be getting off here. I got stuff I got to get done.
Yeah, no problem.
Drop it in the chat, or if they want to read it, they can read it or whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I dropped in the chat, and also I'll drop it in Discord too. Why not?
Yeah, it's TGIF. So I mean,
Idaho 4K.
It's like a book. It's so long.
It's like 10 pages. The guy talks about how he's not the murderer.
We ain't got time to read that. No.
Yeah, like how he's not the murderer. No. Like, this guy seems like he's just trying to get like kind of famous, to be honest with you, from this. Like, honestly, like, why would you ever start? Like, people are brutally murdered in your next door neighbor, being stabbed to death, and your first cooking video is you chopping up fucking vegetables.
Yeah. With the gas knife. Yeah.
Don't think that wasn't like planned, or I really believe that this is all his little contrived way to get some clout. Personally, I feel from my perspective, but anyway, I'm gonna hop off, and you have a great rest of your Friday, guys.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Bye.
I don't know how
Bye.
weird. Bye. I don't know how weird these cases can even get. Like, honestly, like, this is just fucking.
This is just so weird. I know. It's so bizarre. Everything about it. It's hard to figure out.
Yeah, it is absolutely bonkers.
Like, even if there was like who knows if there was a target, or if it was like somebody was saying it could be like a hate crime against like the sorority or something.
So someone says, if him and Diana start a cooking channel together, I am out. That's it. Like, they're cool. like all these people related to murders start like an Iron Chef channel. Like, oh God.
Oh, you mean like the babysitter?
The babysitter, him. They're all like like some sort of Iron Chef.
Yeah.
Chef
Cooking's
challenge.
popular. Cooking's popular.
Iron Chef style. Yeah.
Yeah, like competing. Who will be the next Iron Chef? And the only thing is, like, they're all related to be witnesses to murders or something. I know I'm making, but this is just fucking ludicrous. Like, it's just ludicrous at this point. Like, you would think that you would just keep quiet and you would just talk to the cops, but you wouldn't start a YouTube channel and then like literally like kind of like play around with the idea of like how I'm not the murderer. I wrote 10 pages. And like you don't need to write 10 pages. No one thinks
Yeah, just be quiet. Yeah, just shut up, you know? Like I think people like get on like a news station and they're like, "Ooh," they just kind of use it.
Yeah, it's
And it
pretty
spirals into like an 8-page Reddit post, you know, before you know it,
Yeah.
and then like a YouTube channel.
Yeah, that is
It
just
has to
weird.
start somewhere, I guess, you know, for people.
It's got to start somewhere, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know when is this like a new theme? Like people just start crazy fucking
Yeah, like
weird.
the babysitter from the beginning. Remember, she just kept going live, like on Facebook though.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just people like know that there is an audience out there that want to hear from people that are like involved and close to these, you know, even if it's a neighbor that might have heard something. I think
Yeah.
they're thinking people want to hear stuff. And then look what it turned into with Joseph Morris. So
Yeah. Brandy Morris, I'm probably going to jump off soon too. Brandy Allure says, true crime cooking show, start one, B, Tim, before anyone else does. So that will be my new channel. I'm going to do a true crime cooking channel, guys. We're just going to make it themes of the week. No, I'm joking. That's a joke. It'll be just like, but anyway, I'm going to skedaddle. I think you're going
I
to
think
jump
Queen
off soon.
said she's gonna end it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Queen there?
So I'll wait till Queen's back and I'll skedaddle. But anyway, I mean, like the whole thing is
I'm
just.
here, baby. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay. So I'm going to skedaddle. I think you said you were going to end it now.
Yeah.
Whatnot.
I'm gonna go too.
So
Yes, I gotta get some shit done, you guys. I've been on here fucking off all, on and off.
No problem. No problem. I'm going to start my true crime cooking channel soon, Queen.
Yeah,
True. I'm going to get
started. Let's get it pumping.
I'm gonna get Diana to be a star guest, and also this Flame guy, and we're gonna start our own. I'm just gonna have them as guests, and we're gonna do cooking and stuff like that.
Vegan only.
No,
You're and harsh and Diane and have vegan only. How the fuck? How we gonna? That doesn't work out very well. She cooks soul food, and he don't look like he eats anything at all. So.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a mess.
It will be a mess. All right, guys, I'll see you.
Lord,
all right,
guys,
bye.
have a good one.
Thanks.
We'll talk to you later.
Bye,
Have
Keegan.
fun. Bye, honey. Thank you for coming up, and thank y'all for hanging out. TGIF, and have a good one. Bye, Cody. We'll talk to you later. Bye, Packless. I'll see y'all. And Donwell's sister has a cooking channel. I knew you were going to fucking say that, Pecan. I knew you were going to come through with that. Anyhow, y'all have a good night and a good weekend. I'll see you guys later tonight or tomorrow. Not sure when, but we'll be back on here. Later.